never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A coalition of 18 states, including New York and New Jersey, are challenging President Donald Trump's executive order, which eliminates birthright citizenship.
New Jersey AG Matthew Platkin says the move is unconstitutional and would harm children.
The executive order renders many children born on American soil without citizenship, creating for the first time a class of American-born children whose health and well-being are threatened by their own government.
He says the 14th Amendment clearly states that the citizenship of children born in the U.S. doesn't depend on that of their parents, and that the country has followed that basic rule for more than 150 years. The coalition is suing to invalidate the executive order and obtain a temporary restraining order to prevent it from taking effect. Kristen Marks.
Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass is taking steps to shore up burn areas ahead of possible rain.
I signed an executive order to expedite debris removal, slash regulations, preventing swift rebuilding, and establishing a framework to secure additional regulatory relief and resources.
With the order, Bass hopes to mitigate potentially serious health and environmental impacts of fire-related hazardous pollutants on the stormwater system, beaches, and the ocean. The emergency executive order marshals city public works crews to clear and remove vegetation, shore up hillsides, reinforce roads, and clear debris from burn areas ahead of any rainy weather that could arrive on Saturday. I'm Lisa Taylor.
People trying to cross the border from Tijuana have been informed of the new immigration enforcement in the U.S.
Some migrants have been using the CBP One app to try and schedule initial asylum claims and then wait for a hearing in the United States. With the new executive orders from the president, the app is no longer in use, and those seeking asylum will have to wait in Mexico before their case is heard. The Union Tribune says 1 million people used the app in the last 2 years. I'm Jack Cronin.
At the closing bell, the Dow gained 538, the S&P 500 added 52, NASDAQ rose by 126. From America's News Network, you're listening to USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, World, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Cold weather is affecting millions, and the governors of Louisiana, Georgia, Alabama, Florida, and Mississippi have all declared states of emergency. The storm is set to bring snow and ice, as well as freezing rain through tomorrow, making travel treacherous. 2 Republican senators are criticizing President Trump's pardoning of over 1,500 convicted January 6th rioters.
So this is January 6th. These are the hostages. Approximately 1,500 for a pardon. Full pardon.
Alaska's Lisa Murkowski told reporters she's disappointed in Trump's move. Louisiana lawmaker Bill Cassidy said it's not right. People who assault police officers, if they do the crime, they should do the time. Both senators voted to impeach Trump during his 2021 Senate impeachment trial. I'm Brian Shook.
Cecile Richards, the former president of Planned Parenthood, has passed away.
She died Monday of an aggressive brain cancer, according to a statement from her family. Richards was one of the United States' most prominent female activists and abortion rights advocates. She was the daughter of former Democratic Texas Governor, the late Ann Richards. Richards remained active in Democratic politics even after her diagnosis in 2023. She helped cast Texas's ceremonial votes at the DNC in August to nominate Vice President Kamala Harris and gave a speech on reproductive rights. Her family wrote, "No words can do justice to the joy she brought to our lives." Cecile Richards was 67. I'm Michael Kastner.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
I started going cold turkey. Well, at least when I'm in the car.
I know I shouldn't do it, but it's so hard to stop. That's why I hide it.
Do it all the time. I stopped by locking it in my glove compartment.
My friend used to do it way too much. Now I turn it off when we're in the car.
My solution is simple. I just don't do it.
There are lots of ways to stop yourself and others from texting and driving. How will you stop? Tell us at stoptextstoprex.org. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
Cue the microphone. Let's get this started here. Ready or not, it is that time again as we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. What do you say we will respectfully do so from one time zone to the next and welcome in a brand new day. So turn the page on the calendar. We're going to be talking 22nd day of January. Somebody throw another log on the fire. Wow. Probably the coldest night we've seen outside the secret bunker in several years. I'm showing -4. 4 to the negative side. Got to really feel for the people in the north central states. I hope you've got your diesel fuel treated. In many cases, maybe double treat. Because gelling conditions could occur even into the deep central and southern tier of the country tonight. So we're talking white beaches. Not the white sand, but the white snow. This is unprecedented. Have you ever heard of a blizzard warning being issued for the likes of Lake Charles, Louisiana, the Louisiana and southeastern Texas coastal areas? You haven't, because this is the first time they've ever had to do that. It has since been lifted, but let's break it down for you. My. Welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. So we're rolling into Hump Day, as we like to refer to it. Midweek coming on here. But yeah, the beaches are white. Well, it's happened before. We're talking measurable snow south of Interstate 10. Yep. Snow that far to the south, along the shores of the Gulf Coast, has only occurred literally a handful of times in recorded history. A state of emergency in Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, Mississippi. Schools closed across the region. Businesses shuttering during the snowstorm. Rumbles of rare thunder snow echoing near Lafayette, Louisiana this past morning, as heavy snow blanketed the region. By 2 o'clock Central Time this past afternoon, 9.5 inches of snow had been reported in Lafayette, 10.5 in Rayne, Louisiana. In Alabama, Mississippi, up to 4 inches on the ground. The storm has already turned deadly following a crash on Highway 57 near Batesville, Texas. In the snowy and icy conditions, several fatalities reported at the scene there, about 80 miles southwest of San Antone. As the storm evolved and intensified along the Gulf Coast, the blizzard warning issued for southwest Louisiana and southeastern Texas, including the coastline, the first blizzard warning issued along the Gulf Coast of the United States. A blizzard that's when winds are at least 35 miles per hour, snow limiting visibility of less than a quarter of a mile for at least 3 consecutive hours. By early Tuesday afternoon, the snow had reached Pensacola. Snow covering parts of Interstate 10 there in the Florida Panhandle. Louis Armstrong New Orleans International Airport recording 3 inches of snow in just 2 hours, with a total of 5 inches, more than snow than any snowstorm in that city since at least 1948. In the late 1800s and early 1900s, New Orleans saw several heavy snowstorms, including one that unloaded 14.4 inches in January of 1909. Other areas further east on the Gulf Coast did see some snow in 2014. Gulfport, Mississippi, Mobile, Alabama, Pensacola got about an inch of snow in that year. Savannah last had 1.2 inches of snow in 2018. We've been watching the heavy snow continue through Louisiana, moving on through the Florida Panhandle. Totals of 3 to 6 inches. There will be a second area, 3 to 6 inches of snow over the outer banks of North Carolina. Houston described as a ghost town Tuesday morning as residents hunkered down, the snow blanketing the city. As the day progressed, people started to head out walking around in the rare snow. Yeah, several people say this is the first time they've ever seen snow. This is a lifetime event, something they'll probably remember for the rest of their lives. Many years from now, those folks there in places like Lake Charles, Louisiana, will be talking about, do you remember the blizzard of 2025? And some will say, a blizzard? A blizzard here? Flight disruptions, obviously, ahead of the storm and this past day. Cancellations exceeded 2,000 flights. Travelers being urged to check directly with your airline for the latest flight updates, even if you're not flying to or from the airports across the Southeast, because the ripple effects are impacting airports around the country. More delays are likely through the upcoming day and even into Thursday, as the region slowly recovers from this historic snowstorm. So I'm kind of zooming in on the radar. The snows have ended there in Mobile to Pensacola, Florida. Still seeing some of those heavier bands of snow rolling through the likes of Panama City at this hour with enhanced snowfall. This is the kind of snow that could add up a couple, 3 inches in an hour's time. We have seen the icy zone, the icy mix right now from about Apalachicola, Florida, over to Lake City. Tallahassee to Valdosta had seen some of that ice. They have since transitioned into all snowfall. It had been mostly rain in Jacksonville. Well, the ice scenario is kind of knocking on the door from west to east in the Jacksonville area. You've got the icy mix on up into Brunswick, Georgia. Then the transition to all snow, the snow line from right about Valdosta to Waycross, on up to the north and west, Albany, Georgia, in the snow at this hour. Statesboro, Savannah, Georgia, is indeed seeing snow. How often do we see snow in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina? As the snow continues to move on from west to east, snows have ended in Augusta, say the back edge right about Camden in South Carolina. So, yeah, snow from Florence to Wilmington, North Carolina. Well, Fayetteville to Greenville to Kitty Hawk and all the way up into Virginia Beach. Actually seen snowfall at this hour. And it's all coupled with the cold. We have very rare what they refer to as extreme cold warnings stretching from, well, south of Houston all the way over to about Mobile and Pensacola tonight, with the winter storm warnings continuing in those areas of southern Georgia, eastern South Carolina, North Carolina, on up into southeastern Virginia. Once in a lifetime scenario, right? Take you back to Houston again, where the snow ended by about midday this past day. The deadly storm sweeping across the area. The rare bout first sweeping across southwestern Texas early Tuesday morning, leading to a crash involving several fatalities. Just after midnight, according to the Uvalde County Constable, first responders on a scene indicating, yes, slippery roads, responding to numerous accidents. Authorities in southern Alabama reporting a fatal crash around Ozark, all of those dealing in the ice and the snow. Snow moving across south central Texas later Tuesday morning, leaving behind a dusting of snow and some sleet mixed in around Austin and San Antonio, before then moving into a slug of moisture coming in from the Gulf of Mexico. That suddenly the storm strengthened over southeast Texas, dropping a thick blanket of snow across the Houston metro as temperatures dropped back into the 20s. Wind chills were in the teens. Dozens of roads and highways in the Houston area covered with snow and ice. DOT warning that travel was not safe. Obviously, classes were canceled at schools and even universities. Hospitals canceling outpatient appointments. The Port of Houston said they would remain closed through Wednesday, while even some grocery stores, believe it or not, were closing early Tuesday and not reopening until later today, a.k.a. Wednesday. Both Houston's Hobby and Bush Intercontinental airports closed at midnight Tuesday morning as the storm approached. They will remain closed until later this Wednesday morning. The first arriving flights are scheduled at about 10 a.m. this morning, departing flights beginning at about 11 a.m. So all travel out of those airports shuttered. The closure of the Intercontinental Airport left over 100 passengers stranded in the terminal there overnight. Snowfall totals range from about 2 to 4 inches around the greater Houston area. The William P. Hobby Airport picked up 3 inches of snow, the most snow in one day since January of 1949. All right. Although not in our city, they say there are multiple 18-wheeler accidents on the 59 northbound main lanes just north of FM 762, overturned 18-wheelers as the storm kept progressing eastward, combined with ferocious winds producing blizzard or near blizzard conditions, triggering that rare blizzard warning for Gulf Shore staples like Port Arthur and Beaumont, stretching into southwestern Louisiana. The first ever blizzard warning issued for the Gulf coasts of Louisiana and southeastern Texas. Spotters reporting 6 inches of snow in Pine Forest, Texas. Totals approaching 4 to 5 inches around Beaumont and Port Arthur. The Electric Reliability Council did issue a transmission emergency in southeast and southern Texas due to a loss of transmission from freezing precipitation. According to the ERCOT dashboard, grid conditions were still operational as of Tuesday morning, but power outages as they persist, obviously growing concern for those using the likes of generators to power or heat their homes. The Houston Fire Department said they had received at least 60 calls for smoke alarms and carbon monoxide sickness. The Houston Fire Chief said, please monitor your surroundings. If you're going to use generators, please make sure you are aware of where you're placing them. At least 3 feet from your house, away from easements, so that the carbon monoxide does not creep into your homes. Unprecedented. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula, all concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All right, looks like there was an update from WCBD News in Charleston. Within the past hour, they say officials have closed the airfield and control tower at Charleston International. Yeah, this deep southern storm, big time impacts on air travel, and that's a major hub there. A lot of stopover flights. Hello to Philly Dan. Good morning, crew. He says, breaking news. The Buffalo Bills were just called for roughing the passer ahead of next weekend's game against the Kansas City Chiefs. Hey, better get an early start, right? All right, Philly Dan, that's funny. Keep on humping, hump day. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Hello, Pappy. It is the midnight hour. And I guess as good a night as any to have another grandbaby enter the world. This time, Mercedes is having a girl. So I hope all goes well. Got -3 on the cruiser dash cam. Just a hop, skip, and a jump from the Hotshot Secret Hidden Bunker, where Steve is throwing the breakers and raising the FR3 antenna. All right, the overnight drive, hammer down. It's cold. Snuggle up to whomever, whatever, throw several logs on the fire. It is showtime. Yes, indeed. So what a cold night for a little one to enter the world, right? Hello to Marianne. There's Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. 0 degrees. Wallkill, New York tonight. It's round number 2 to Schenectady. Stacy says good evening from north central Kansas. Very cold. 27 here, which right now to me, I'd say that sounds pretty comfortable. Hope everybody has a great night. Drive safely. All right, good morning from all. Tapeworm checking in from Gunnison, Colorado, -12 here. We're really testing the diesel treatment tonight. Stay safe, drivers. Hello to Brain Dead. Happy Wacky Wednesday as we can stick a fork in our Taco Tuesday. Well, today it's great to be back in the saddle again, starting out with a Vicksburg and Clinton, Mississippi run. Dingbat sent you some interesting facts for today, as yesterday was just as interesting. Been a lot going on in the NASCAR world. We'll need to catch up on. I'll check in later in the morning. 17 days, though, till pitchers and catchers report. 27 days till spring training. 63 days till opening day. And don't forget the NASCAR Clash just 11 days away. The Daytona 523 days. Young Colton on board. Hey there, Colton. He said they canceled school. Too cold, right? Yeah, it was 0 this past morning. Now, there were numerous schools in our region that were shuttered. They say dangerous for kids to be standing out at the bus stop and whatnot. The grandkids' school was open nonetheless. I don't know if a few degrees difference will make a difference, whether they will or will not. I'll have to kind of monitor things for them. Shorty, I-77 northbound in Winsboro in North Carolina, 25 degrees. We are Columbus bound. Now, I-95, I-26, I-77 in South Carolina. Drivers, road conditions are horrible, as he put it. Be careful out there, all right? Who else we got on board? Pat says, hey, Steve, glad you're back on YouTube. Yes, well, thank you for tuning in there. Roy, good evening. We are 1 degree. Feels like 17 below here in Northwest Illinois. Jerry, morning, everybody. We're negative something here in Kokomo. Definitely a hot shot secret kind of day. Tell them you love them every chance you get. And thank you to Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and all the truck drivers on the road that keep us going here. Joe, good morning, Steve, and all the Overnight Drive listeners. 19 degrees. Got about a half inch of snow here in La Crosse, Virginia tonight. Everybody stay safe out there. Rock pick. Hello, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers, and wise old night owls. Right now at the Rochester International Airport, fair 5 degrees. All right. Thankful for the NFL when winter sets in like it is now. Let's go Buffalo. Watch out for the other driver. There you go. Stay safe and enjoy. Jeffrey's in Florida. Good morning to Steve and the Overnight family. I'm ready for another great show. Gary is on board as well. So great to have you with us. Eskimo Mom, I guess it's time to get the new week underway. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. A happy hump day, Wednesday, whatever day it is. 58 days till spring. Something you got to look forward to. Got a Muncie, Indiana run to start my week off. After that, I don't know what it'll be when I get back to the yard. But this looks to be the last day of this truly miserable cold before we begin to gradually warm up. We are at -4 clear on US 35 on the east side of Muncie at this hour. Be safe out there tonight. And hello to Kentucky Lucky. Good morning. It's Springfield, Ohio, -5 with just a dusting of snowfall. Brr, yeah, no joke. Our number, 844-844-3388. Oh, it's not officially hump day till Horse Feathers makes it so, right? It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A coalition of 18 states, including New York and New Jersey, are challenging President Donald Trump's executive order, which eliminates birthright citizenship.
New Jersey AG Matthew Platkin says the move is unconstitutional and would harm children.
The executive order renders many children born on American soil without citizenship, creating for the first time a class of American-born children whose health and well-being are threatened by their own government.
He says the 14th Amendment clearly states that the citizenship of children born in the U.S. doesn't depend on that of their parents and that the country has followed that basic rule for more than 150 years. The coalition is suing to invalidate the executive order and obtain a temporary restraining order to prevent it from taking effect. Kristen Marks.
At the closing bell, the Dow gained 538, the S&P 500 added 52, NASDAQ rose by 126. From America's News Network, you're listening to USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All righty, Buckeye Boy is on board. Ackworth, Georgia. Down to 21 degrees. Actually, we did not get a flake of snow or rain from the storm. But Mom, who's an hour southeast of me, and my sister, who's about 30 minutes east of her, all got measurable snow. It's crazy. It's just cold here. I'm supposed to leave out about 1 or 2 later today for Orlando. Hoping the roads south of me are snow and ice free by that point in time. All right, President Trump removes the security clearances of 51, quote, intel agents who lied and said Hunter's laptop was Russian disinformation. I hope to see many more that get theirs stripped. All right, have a great night. Everybody be careful out there. One of those who had their credentials stripped that actually got mentioned by name. The only one specifically mentioned by name, none other than John Bolton. And Trump explained this past day why, what John had done. And we've got the full story for you. Hello to Fred, who says, good morning, Steve. Leonard says 7 degrees, wind chill minus 14. Right about now, nipples can cut diamonds. It's Trump's fault because we're out of the climate accord now. And he's in Niagara Falls, New York. Yeah, it's all Trump's fault. All right, we're just, Joe said we're surviving down here in Milton, Florida. We don't have no run tonight, needless to say. When I first moved here from Ohio, I bought a generator for hurricane power outages, not snowstorm outages. Just be glad you've got one if it becomes necessary, right? Yes, indeed. Well, good morning, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Well, I suppose since I'm here and it is what it is, I suppose we got to make it official there, right?
Yes.
So I guess we better start out with, hey, Mike, what day is it?
Oh, man, it's a cold hump day.
That's right. Well, what did they say? The faster you hump, the warmer you are? Something like that? I don't know.
Man, we need 2 humps.
To see how that works.
2 humps tonight.
Yeah, 2 humps. Yeah, there you go. So you were talking that the last time they had the inauguration inside was 1985.
Yes.
I heard there on the Fox News a little earlier. The last time they had snow down in New Orleans down in that area was 1985. They said the airport down there got 8 inches of snow, and in 1985 they'd actually had 10 inches of snow.
Is that right?
Yep. So I guess this is like an every 40-year storm. It's not even a 100-year storm, Your Honor. It's just a 40-year. It's a 40-year cold and a 40-year snowstorm. But anyways, so where to go? So I heard that was it Leon Panetta was also involved in having his clearances stripped. I believe that was another name involved.
I did not know.
And,
The only name that I was aware of specifically mentioned was Bolton, but that may be true. I'm not sure.
Yeah, and so the Fox people there, they were talking that it's pretty much puts these people on the unemployment line, Your Honor, because all these people get brought into all the fake news as people that are in the know and or government sources and all that now without their clearances to be able to see these secret documents and everything. They aren't any better than you and me to get called in as an expert to talk about and try to report whatever fake news they're trying to report on.
Yes, sir.
So I guess any speaking engagements they might have had as a supposed official of the government, that how you get out of government work and you get a lot of money to go around and talk at all these liberal schools and try to sway the minds of the impressionables that are there. I don't know how impressionable they are by the time they get there, but I think they've already been put on an agenda if they're already at those schools. But I don't know. That's kind of neither here nor there. But anyways. So have you heard anything about this Stargate that's supposedly going to be coming along now? I believe it's supposed to do with AI. Have you heard anything about this Stargate yet?
I am not familiar. Else? Stargate? No, it's.
Yeah, you'll have to Google that one.
I remember the movie Stargate when we're traveling through time, traveling through dimensions. Or is AI supposed to be creating such a thing in reality?
I don't know if it was supposed to be that, but it was supposed to, according to President Trump, keep us on track with the rest of the world and China and hold our place in the AI part and try to be the leader, because we're going to be the greatest in everything we do. So we're gonna make sure that we lead the world in all of that. So anyways, but I guess he's already got people funding it. Billionaires, trillionaires that are working on funding all this stuff out of the private industry. It's not being funded by the government. It's being funded by private industry. But he's working on setting it all up. So anyways, it's more great things that happened within 36 hours. I mean, has President Trump spoken to the press more in the past 36 hours than Joe Biden did for the past 4 years?
That's a distinct possibility.
Anyways, but do we have any idea where Air Force One dropped President Biden? I mean, did they go all the way to California, or did they just toss him out the back door with a parachute or something? Like, who is that guy? Who is that guy out on the West Coast there that supposedly had a whole bunch of money given to him, and then he had 4 parachutes and jumped out the back of the plane and disappeared with the money, and they don't know where the money is or where he is.
Yeah,
I can't remember the guy's name offhand. I can't. Shoot, that's too bad. That's an interesting story. Anyways. Oh, what else we got going for you? I don't know. Not a whole lot. A whole lot of craziness. A whole lot of great craziness going on in Washington. Love to see it. The President Trump is back. He's actually, everybody wanted this. There's a lot of people saying, and everybody wanted this. And from what I've seen, he is very presidential this time. What do you think, Your Honor? Do you think he's acting more presidential the way? His
absolutely
he acts
yes. Yes.
Yep. His speaking, and he's very precise and accurate in everything he says, and he's not letting the press get to him. The press isn't getting under his skin this time, so he's actually keeping them in check. But it also might have to do that, he has 4 years, and this is his last 4 years, and they can't really do much to him, so he doesn't have to run again. Thank God. But anyways, because I don't know if we could go through all this again for another election, but who knows? Maybe we got Barron in, I don't know, 20 years or so. Maybe we can look forward to Barron coming along, and there might be another Trump in between there. But the Bushes had their dynasty. We might as well see where we can go with that. But no, it's good to see, and I'm glad to see that, listening to the Congress, it sounds like Congress wants to go on here and, follow on, and, a lot of the junior members that are in there all got elected on what President Trump was asking to try to accomplish to make our country great. So I think there's going to be more of a will to work with the president this time than there was 8 years ago when he first got in there. So it's looking kind of good here around there, and I don't know. Then the Washington team, formerly known as the Redskins, actually are headed to play the Eagles there to see if they can get to the Super Bowl. Wouldn't that be something if the team formerly known as the Redskins out of Washington actually went to the Super Bowl the year that President Trump was reelected and came back into office?
Yeah.
That would just be amazing, Your Honor. So hey, maybe with all these executive orders, can he make an executive order, because he did one there that now I'm trying to figure out. I've heard both ways. I've heard it was the executive order was to limit it to just two sexes. We have just two sexes,
male and female.
And then I've heard also two genders. Now, I believe I've heard that the executive order for more news people said that it was two sexes. Is there a difference between two sexes and two genders, Your Honor? I'm just wondering if there's a difference in that.
Okay.
Because the one state, reported it, and then on a news source, and their fellow reporter corrected them, saying it wasn't the two genders, it was two sexes. So I was just wondering if there's a difference between sexes and
in gender
genders.
and sex. Okay, I had not heard that discussion.
Yeah, maybe we can, maybe somehow somebody's a lot smarter than us can let us know. Maybe Knucklebuster will have an answer for that. Sometimes he's got some good answers, or maybe possibly Vic.
Well,
Vic sometimes has the answers.
The biggest
like
problem there is most on the left cannot actually define what a woman is. So if there's only men and women, or male and female, and they can't tell us what a woman is, I guess that whole debate's going to continue, right? Another of the executive, here's the John Bolton thing. Well, since we brought it up here, the former national security advisor, Trump kind of explained why he did this, questioning why some government officials should have these kind of clearances after they're no longer even employed, which I would say the same. I think there was enough time. We take a job, you take a job, you want to do a job. We're not going to have security of people for the rest of their lives. Why should we? Now, this particular order focused on 51 intelligence officials who had signed that letter back before the 2020 election that a New York Post story on Hunter Biden's laptop was Russian disinformation. They knew it was not. Now, John Bolton has been a fervent critic of Trump. He was among the signatories on that. But the president still has some choice words for him. He said, quote, "I thought he was a very dumb person, but I used him well because every time people saw me come into a meeting with John Bolton standing behind me, they thought that he'd attack them because he was a warmonger." Now, Bolton, who told Newsmax on January 17 that he will be proven right that Trump is just an aberration in American politics. Trump also canceled his security detail, as in Secret Service protection. Now, the Iranian government has been seeking revenge against several senior officials in Trump's first administration. That was for the assassination of Qasem Soleimani via Trump's orders back in 2020. Even though Bolton had left the administration by then, Trump initially terminated the security detail in 2019 after he had fired Bolton. But apparently Joe Biden restored his security detail after he took office. Yeah, there was more to the story as well. Bolton, after he was fired, Trump clearly pointed out he had wrote a book, or they call it a memoir. And in that memoir, according to Trump, there was a lot of classified information that he published in that book that was, in his mind, absolutely detrimental to national security. So that was a big part of that determination. It is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, he did a quick search on Stargate. Most of the news sources, I guess this just broke this past evening. I didn't come across any headlines during show prep. But it has hit the likes of USA Today, CNN, other mainstream outlets. President Trump announcing a private sector investment, of up to $500 billion, aka $500 billion, to build artificial intelligence infrastructure aiming to outpace rival nations in the business-critical technology. Trump said the joint venture called Stargate will build data centers and create more than 100,000 jobs in the U.S. The creator of ChatGPT, OpenAI, SoftBank, and Oracle, along with several other equity backers of Stargate, have already committed $100 billion for immediate deployment, with the remaining investment expected over the next 4 years. All the CEOs, Masayoshi Son of SoftBank, Sam Altman of OpenAI, along with the Oracle chairman Larry Ellison, joined Trump at the White House for the launch. In a statement, immediately Stargate will be building the physical and virtual infrastructure to power the next generation of advancements in AI. This will include the construction of colossal data centers. Ellison said the first of the project's data centers are currently under construction in Texas. A total of 20 will be built, 500,000 square feet each. The most charismatic application of AI, said Ellison, would pertain to electronic health records, which would let doctors monitor best practices in far-flung places. For instance, a doctor in Indian River Reservation would be able to see how a doctor at Memorial Sloan Kettering would treat a patient. Not immediately clear whether the announcement was an update to a previously reported venture back in March of last year. The tech news website The Information reported OpenAI and Microsoft were working on plans for a $100 billion data center that would include an artificial intelligence supercomputer that was also called Stargate, set to launch in 2028. Artificial intelligence seems to be very hot right now. It seems to be the thing that a lot of smart people are looking at very strongly, and our country will be prospering like never before. The golden age of America. I'm thinking we've got a power grid that's being strained right now with this cold outbreak enormously. These data centers, they require tons of power. Artificial intelligence requires enormous computing power, pushing demand for specialized data centers that let tech companies to link thousands of chips together in clusters. They have to produce a lot of electricity. Now, Trump said addressing that will make that possible for them to get that production done very easily at their own plants if they want. So I guess building your own power generation source at these actual data centers. Now, as U.S. power consumption rises from these data centers and the electrification of buildings and transportation, about half the country is right now at an increased risk of power supply shortfalls, according to the North American Electric Reliability Council. Of course, they made that announcement back in December. All right, a couple minutes before a news break, we'll get started with Knucklebuster this hump day. Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Yeah, I can define what a woman is. That's pretty simple. She's 5'9", long blonde hair, hazel eyes. Let's see, she's got cold hands, cold feet, and a warm heart there, right? She's just like bacon. Smells great, tastes great, but will eventually kill you, right?
Sounds about right.
And knows more than I know.
Uh-huh.
You reckon one day she might wake up and say, well, my husband's pretty smart and just be quiet? I doubt it, because she knows more than I do. And she's right, too. Well, it's 15 degrees over here in southwest Arkansas, so I'm going to tell you something. You need to come get your weather out of my backyard, brother.
Yeah, well, don't we all?
Yeah, I know that's right. Well, I got a cousin that lives down there in Florida. I asked her how she liking the snow, and she ain't responded back yet. So she might cuss me too, you know.
I would think, yeah.
Yeah. Well, my man sent a message out over the pad there about drivers not setting their trailer brakes there. I guess apparently somebody forgot, and it cost them a bunch of money to get it them brakes released there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So don't set your trailer brakes when you park for 10 hours in this colder weather. And here's what I do on the anti-gel. Before the storm hits, I just start dumping anti-gel in there, especially the Hot Shot Secrets anti-gel. And every time I fuel up, I add some more back to it, so I'm well protected there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, is Brain Dead related to that newspaper guy? You know, the one that rode the bicycle and chunk of newspapers?
I don't think they're kin, but yeah. But hold that thought there, because we're up against the news break, top of the hour. Much more to come here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secrets EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A Border Patrol agent is dead after being shot yesterday during a traffic stop in Vermont near the Canadian border. President Trump's border czar Tom Homan spoke about the incident.
My heart breaks. In my 3.5 decades, I buried Border Patrol agents, I buried ICE agents, and it's a sad day for all of us, and so God bless his family.
It happened around 3:15 in the afternoon when the car and 2 suspects were stopped. Authorities say one of the suspects is also dead. A third person was injured and is currently in custody. The FBI is working with Border Patrol and Vermont State Police to investigate the shooting. Texas state troopers are emboldened by the Trump administration taking office.
More buoys have been added to the floating border wall, which is bobbing in the Rio Grande.
Having that type of deterrence will prevent any illegal border crossings between the ports of entry, but also, most importantly, will actually save lives.
Lieutenant Chris Olivares says that asylum seekers in Mexico are not even getting in the water near where the buoys are floating. Crossings are down to a trickle, and he says that's important when it's this cold because the river is frigid and swimmers risk hypothermia. I'm Brian Shook.
President Trump is replacing the acting U.S. attorneys in Manhattan and Brooklyn over concerns they may be supportive of the Biden-era policies.
Trump has named Assistant Manhattan U.S. Attorney Danielle Sassoon, who helped land FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried in prison, to temporarily head the Southern District of New York. Former Deputy U.S. Attorney Edward Kim has been on the job there since Damian Williams resigned. John Durham, who's been involved in federal gang cases, will lead Brooklyn's Eastern District of New York on an interim basis, booting First Assistant Carolyn Picorni, who took over after Breon Peace stepped down. Trump's permanent picks are former SEC Chair Jay Clayton and Nassau County Judge Joseph Nichella. Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Cold weather continues to affect millions, and the governors of Louisiana, Georgia, Alabama, Florida, and Mississippi have all declared states of emergency. The storm is set to bring snow, ice, and freezing rain through tomorrow, making travel treacherous. Almost exactly 5 years since the first case of COVID was confirmed in the U.S., researchers say the virus could be causing increased causes of chronic fatigue syndrome.
A new study finds that 6 months or more after a COVID infection, people were 7.5 times more likely to show signs for the syndrome. Some 13 to 58% of people who have suffered from long COVID met the criteria for CFS, and researchers think the two illnesses could be triggered by the same factors. The study was published in the Journal of General Internal Medicine. I'm Michael Kastner.
New York City's mayor is taking a lot of heat for skipping the MLK Day schedule yesterday in order to accept a last-minute invitation to the Trump inauguration.
Eric Adams was grilled about his decision by City Hall reporters on Tuesday, saying he was honoring MLK by reaching across the aisle.
I'm not only talking about we need to start the healing process of our country, I'm actually willing to do it.
But City Council Speaker Adrian Adams viewed the mayor's choice as a snub.
Some that should be here celebrating Dr. King with us in this room have chosen to go to Washington to celebrate Felon 47.
I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, I've been trying to get that word out for areas of the country where you don't think you need anti-gel. You probably do right about now. Yeah, you know the drill. Even if you think you don't need it, you probably do. It's cold enough now that most of the country would be in danger of gelling up due to the freezing cold temperatures. Prevent that gelling with EDT plus Winter Defense. You thaw your frozen fuel if you have run into an issue. There's a product known as Diesel Winter Rescue. Now, the Diesel Winter Rescue is not something you run on a regular basis like your EDT plus Winter Defense. That's what you treat the fuel with. If you have a gelling issue, You can use some of the diesel winter rescue. And the premise is just to get you started, get you running, get you down the road to a safe haven so you can get things back up and running. Get that fuel properly treated. Is cold. I do see there is a little bit of light on the horizon. We begin to gradually start creeping back up toward at least the freezing mark as we head toward the weekend. But I saw some of the videos right there along the Florida-Alabama line this past afternoon. Interstate 10 was a mess. Yeah, of course, Philip brought it up last evening. They don't have the equipment. They're not equipped to plow the roads and whatnot. All right, welcome back, Knuckle Buster.
Thank you. Me over there, Mr. Steve Sommers. Yeah, you better have some extra fuel filters in that truck, too, because once that ice freezes that fuel filter, it ain't going to be no good no more. You might as well throw it in the garbage can. Or wait a minute, Jonathan Winters said garbage, right?
Yeah, right.
Well, I was asking if Brain Dead and that big, whatever his handle was there, bicycle riding newspaper guy, if they were related to each other. If I remember correctly, didn't he hurt himself with a pallet jack, too?
Memory serves, that is correct. Yes, he did.
Yeah. Well, they may be brothers or something. I don't know. Who won that national championship game there Monday?
Come on, OH.
Oh, Ohio State? Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? Y'all may have won the national championship game, but the University of Mississippi cheer team left the Universal Cheerleaders Association College Nationals as national championship. I'll take that over a bunch of guys playing grab ass with each other any day of the week. Well, Steve, I like that NCAA women's volleyball, too. You can give me a recliner, a 55-inch TV, skull buster, and cheering them on to the championship game there, Steve. Mama said I was going to go blind just by staring at it all there, right?
Right.
Yeah. Well, I got news from Don Bolton, and I tell this to my children, my grandchildren all the time. Be careful what you do. It's going to come back to bite you in the butt if it ain't a good thing there, right?
Yes.
So,
karma.
And when I call back in, I got a story for horse feathers. I hope he's still listening in a couple hours. So it's rather lengthy story, so I'll just, since I've already taken up enough of everybody else's time with my baloney, I'll just call in later on there.
Sounds like a plan. Thanks for checking in this hump day there, Knuckle Buster. Have a good morning. All right, we knew on the West Coast, yet another Santa Ana wind event had kicked in Monday and especially into Tuesday. 2 new wildfires igniting this past day in San Diego County, forcing urgent evacuations, compounding weeks of relentless fire destruction in Southern California. This past day, Southern California faced an escalating wildfire crisis when the Lilac and the Pala fires erupted in San Diego County within an hour, scorching nearly 100 acres in just hours. Evacuations were ordered for several neighborhoods, CAL FIRE urging others to pack and prepare. Dangerous winds, gusts up to 70 miles per hour on the coast and up to 100 in the mountains, fanning the flames, which prompted dire warnings once again. The National Weather Service described conditions as particularly dangerous in Los Angeles, Ventura, and San Diego counties. The conditions are ripe for explosive fire growth should a fire start. According to the Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, crews struggled to contain the Lilac fire, which had burned 80 acres by early Tuesday, threatening structures near Bonsall, The Pala fire consumed about 17 acres. Firefighters were able to halt its advance through Tuesday evening. Authorities issued a red flag warning in San Diego County. Elevated risk for rapid fire spread. Now, officials said the causes of both new fires are unknown at this point in time. As we continue in L.A., battling two massive blazes that started January 7, which together, the Palisades and Eaton fires have scorched nearly 40,000 acres together. So there you go. California Governor Newsom stressed the need for cooperation between state and federal officials. Newsom said, "I look forward to President Trump's visit to Los Angeles and his mobilization of the full weight of federal government to help our fellow Americans recover and rebuild." But they cautioned residents against using machinery that could spark additional blazes, urging them to review your evacuation plans. Don't get caught unprepared. Do not do things to start another fire. We can focus on the mitigation of the current fires. The latest numbers, at least 27 have died, more than 14,000 structures destroyed since those L.A. fires started, again back on January 7. 844-844-3388. Dan. Good morning, Dan. How you been?
Pretty good, Steve. How you been?
Doing well.
Congratulations on your Buckeyes. Notre Dame didn't get going until the third quarter, so
yeah,
just
far behind.
Just couldn't catch up.
Yep.
Yeah, too far behind. But two good teams, and I hope your coach keeps his job, even though he lost to Michigan. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I mean, I've heard people say that. It's crazy. Guy did one hell of a job in winning the national championship. So, but anyway, was that Mark Milley, that traitor general whose picture, there's a portrait they took down in the Pentagon? Was he one of the ones? Did he lose his security clearance too?
I have not seen the full list of names, so I can't tell you for sure.
Okay, I think it's all 51 who signed it has lost their security.
Whoever, all those whoever signed it, that's on the. If he was one that did sign it, he would be there. Yeah.
I don't know that he signed it, but he's the one that during the final days of the 2020 presidency, when President Trump was leaving office, called China and said, "Don't worry about if there won't be a hit. I'll give you
a heads up." Yes. Yes.
Yeah, and that SOB should have been, quite frankly, court-martialed. And I don't know if he can still be. He got a pardon, and I don't know what his pardon was for. It was, I believe, one of those preemptive. Of course, it was what they call a preemptive pardon, which, these people can say, "Well, I never asked for a pardon." Well, you don't have to accept it. There's a Supreme Court case where Woodrow Wilson pardoned some guy, and he didn't want the pardon, and the Supreme Court ruled that he had a right to refuse it. So, and as far as this criticism of pardoning the J6 people, Liz Cheney and that whole group of dishonest on the J6 committee, they uncovered whatever information they have, which might have cleared some of these people, has been destroyed. Can't believe it, but they know that they're legally liable. So these people, there could be some exculpatory information that they have, and they just, you know what I'm saying? It's destroyed. And to sit there and allow these people, why don't you release all the tapes of the J6, of the January 6th inside the Capitol? There were 4 police officers, Capitol Police, that Biden pardoned. What were they pardoned for? Why did they need a pardon? They were the ones that went on the air and lied about injuries, filed false workman's comp complaints. So anyway, I'm glad that J6 people have been pardoned, and I pardoned by a police officer from, I believe he's from Dixon, Tennessee. His wife said he was coming home at 3 o'clock this afternoon. I mean, they didn't waste any time getting them out of prison and jail. But he had been incarcerated for, I think, for 3 or 4 years. Or, he'd been up there in Washington, D.C.
Right.
So, anyway, I didn't know that, I didn't know if Millie, well, we don't know what he got a pardon for, but he got a pardon. And so, anyway, it's, by the way, I enjoy the new news feed.
That's a little more understandable.
Well, Steve, it got to be the point. I love listening to your show. I make it a routine to listen to it. And I shouldn't when I'm at home, but even when I'm home, my wife enjoys listening to it. And but when it got to those,
I think he was saying when it got to those news breaks, it was just too much to handle. I think we lost our phone connection there. So we'll get things back up and running here. It'll take just a second. Coming up, though, we'll get to some of the industry headlines. Top story from the trucker this past day said trucking conditions expected to improve slowly in 2025. All right, Dan, are you still with us?
yes, I am.
All right, we lost our connection right about the time you were saying even your wife likes to listen at home, but I guess you would kind of turn the dial at the top and the bottom of the hour. Is that what you were going to say?
Yes, I would. I think people in radio used to call that potting down, or I knew somebody who worked in a radio station, and he used to talk about potting down. Is that what that was?
Yeah, right, yep.
Yeah, he worked at an old radio station, but no, I appreciate it, and look forward to hopefully 2025. You got to say one thing: it'll be hard to have an encore for interest based upon the way 2024 was with President Trump.
Yes.
I could not have been happier. And I was around a bunch of liberals at the gym. When I watched it on my phone, him being inaugurated, and Steve, if you could have seen the look on these people's faces, you know what I mean?
Yep.
I'm cheering and everything else, but it was great to listen to it. So. But one other thing, whoever on the inauguration committee allowed this insulting bitch priestess to get up there and insult President Trump and Vice President Vance and their families, I don't know, but they should be fired, because this bitch, and that's what she was, that's putting it mildly, that's what she came up there to do. That's no more a prayer than a man in the moon. She got up there to let them know she was PO'd because they were elected. The lying witch. Anyway, well, listen, you have a good night, and I'll be listening on the way up back to St. Louis. So.
All right. Thank you so much, Dan. Always good to hear from you. Have a great morning. 21 past the hour. And yes, lines available at 844-844-5600. 3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
From the New York Post this past day. Talking about those having their security clearances stripped. Several Republican lawmakers, want Congress to strip security clearances of dozens of former U.S. intelligence officials, calling for accountability from the 51 who were accused of helping Joe Biden in 2020 with that joint letter stating it was Russian disinformation. Of course, we already got the executive order, so it's a done deal. Of course, J.D. Vance, about a week before the inauguration, was on the Sunday Morning Talking Heads, and he said that the incoming administration would indeed strip those security clearances. And they can do that, they say, without congressional action. Apparently, some Republican lawmakers said doing so through legislation, though, would ensure that the punishment is meted out and that no clearances would be ultimately left untouched. Okay. See if they name any names. The co-signers. Here we go. The co-signers include former CIA Director Michael V. Hayden, who's now an analyst for CNN, the former Director of National Intelligence, James Clapper, also now a CNN contributor, former CIA head and Defense Secretary Leon Panetta, who now runs a public policy institute at California State University. Let's see. Former CIA Director John O'Brennan, currently an analyst at NBC and MSNBC. Former National Intelligence Council Chair Thomas Fingar, who now teaches at Stanford University. And Rick Leggett, former National Security Agency Deputy Director, now a director at M&T Bank. Mr. Brennan, Mr. Clapper, and others have said they did not lie in the letter. He said the signatories We're merely raising a yellow flag. Okay, so although Republicans will control the Senate and they're on their way to control the House, legislation to revoke their clearances could face a bit of an uphill battle in the upper chamber. But so there's just a handful of names, and I think that may have been from the archives. If you go back and pull up the cover of the New York Post, Saturday, March the 19th of 2022, the headline, the whole front page was entitled "Spies Who Lie." The intelligence experts who falsely discredited Hunter Biden's laptop and still won't say sorry. Now, they've got several, I guess looks like a couple of dozen photographs on the front page there. I guess inside pages 4 and 5 had the identities of all those who signed off, all the signatories. All right, about a minute before news break, as I shared a few moments ago, under the industry headlines, many in the trucking industry we're looking forward to better days as 2024 came to an end. Unfortunately, the news from December didn't look too good. The Cass Freight Index for shipments fell 7.3% in the month, according to the monthly report from Cass Information Systems. Now, of course, shipment numbers almost always decline in December because most of the Christmas retail rush is delivered in the previous months. In addition, the new year of manufacturing and construction doesn't kick off until January. But even accounting for the seasonal fluctuations, Cass's shipment index was still down 3.1%. Coming up, we'll give you more, kind of an in-depth report. Profits are still possible even when shipments are down. The ATA is predicting volume growth. And more coming up. It is 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A New Yorker is coming home after being freed from the Taliban in Afghanistan following a prisoner swap.
Ryan Corbett from Western New York and another prisoner were given back to the U.S. in a deal finalized in the final hours of Joe Biden's presidency. Corbett of Dansville moved to Afghanistan 15 years ago for work, but he's been held by the Taliban in a basement cell since August of 2022. His family released a statement thanking both the Trump and Biden administrations for their efforts and expressed gratitude and praise to God for sustaining Ryan's life. Scott Pringle, New York.
President Trump will sit down for his first Oval Office interview of his second term. Trump will have a conversation with Sean Hannity on Fox News tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 538 points. The S&P 500 added 52 points, and the Nasdaq rose 126 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Looking at one of my Facebook friends out of Pensacola. At downtown Pensacola, where it was about 7 hours ago, they had 7 inches of snow. 7 inches. That's crazy. All right. So left off talking trucking conditions. In the heart of the story, in the meantime, they say this month's event in Washington could impact the trucking industry for years. With the swearing in of Donald Trump, 47th president, who has threatened to impose tariffs on Canada, China, Mexico. While some economists have expressed concerns about the impacts of tariffs on the economy, Trump's tactic of threatening tariffs to goad governments of other countries into specific action is well known. We know both Canada and Mexico sent leaders to meet with Trump prior to the inauguration. At his Mar-a-Lago estate, both countries have increased border security measures in response to his demands. One tariff threat from Trump involved John Deere moving some of their production to Mexico, to which he threatened a 100% tariff in retaliation for the loss of U.S. jobs. Following inauguration, he's vowed to enact 25% tariffs on products from Canada and Mexico. That announcement yesterday was February 1. So here in a few short days. In addition, tariff threats against China remain a strong possibility. Tariffs imposed during Trump's first term on $360 billion in Chinese goods were actually retained by the Biden administration. A 100% tariff on Chinese vehicles is still on the books. So what does that mean when it comes to consumer prices? Economists worry that new tariffs on foreign products will drive up prices passed along to American consumers. Others point out that tariffs make conditions more favorable for U.S. businesses, actually benefiting the economy. Now, if imposed, tariffs would result in a reduction in some imports, possibly causing a reduction in freight volumes. But as production is shifted to the U.S. or to other countries not subject to tariffs, volumes should stabilize. For example, in response to Trump's tariffs on China, production of some goods was moved to Vietnam. Anyway, the trucking industry is watching for the changing of the guard at the Department of Transportation. Trump's nominee for the secretary is former Congressman Sean Duffy. And on January 15, Duffy breezed through a confirmation hearing before the Senate Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation, introduced by Senator Tammy Baldwin, who's a Democrat, flanked by Senator Ron Johnson, the Republican, a strong indication that he has bipartisan support. Duffy served 9 years as a congressional representative for Wisconsin, who resigned during his last term to care for his family of 9 children, including the youngest, who suffers from a heart condition. All right, no federal agency impacts Americans' daily lives and loved ones like the Department of Transportation, is what Duffy said during his Senate confirmation hearing. So again, via the trucker Cliff Abbott, who's an experienced commercial vehicle driver and owner-operator who still holds a CDL in his home state of Alabama. Nearly 40 years in trucking. So he's the one that put that together. What we're seeing in the industry, what the anticipation moving forward. Things expected to slowly improve here in the new year. All right, I like that premise. Let's head on down to Florida. Good morning, Mark.
Morning, how are you?
I'm doing well. Are you staying warm?
Yeah, it's about 37 degrees down here right now, but it's raining pretty good, but the snow's staying north of us. Looks like about Lake City, I think, where it ended.
Okay.
But I'm down here at the racetrack right now at Volusia County. They're going to kick off the speed weeks down here for the late models Thursday night and Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. But Thursday don't look too good right now, but after that, it looks like it's really going to start warming up. We started out in Georgia last week. We only got one race in there. It rained out the other nights, so we moved on down here to Florida now, but everything's going to look good probably Friday and Saturday, and then all next week it's going to be up in the low 70s, they say. But right now it ain't very good.
So is this the Winter Nationals? How is that a major? Do all the big names around the country show up down there for that?
Yeah, it's the World Outlaw Late Models.
Okay.
Yeah, they're all here, and they were in Florida too, and but a lot of them's here right now. They're in the pits, but yeah, it's all the big dogs, and they run here, and then we go up to Lake City next week for 3 nights, and then after that we go back down to Ocala for 5 nights. And then we come back here for 5 nights at Volusia County. So it goes on for like 4 weeks all the way up to the Daytona 500.
How about that? Yeah.
But I've been a long-time listener. I don't call in that often, but I listen about every night, and I enjoy your show. But I just knew you liked the late model racing stuff.
Right.
Figured I'd call in.
Yeah, that's my old pal there from Chickamauga, Georgia, Dale McDowell. That's my top pick.
Yeah, he's going to be here, they said.
Okay.
But yeah, it's raining pretty good right now, but it's supposed to be out of here tomorrow and start warming up Friday. So I think we'll get Friday and Saturday in. Thursday might be iffy. They're supposed to practice tomorrow night, but that'll have to wait to be seen. But that's all. I was just calling in. I hardly call in ever, but just want to touch bases since.
Well, appreciate you checking
in.
Racing. Absolutely, yeah. Appreciate the update there. I mean, I know last year I had the Chili Bowl Nationals, and when Kyle Larson, I guess came out on top there, if memory serves, and so now it's on to the late models. That's my preference is the late models over the sprints.
Yeah, that's how I am. I like the super late model. That's all I follow. Me and my wife travel kind of all over the place. We come down here for the winter. We'll be down here 6 weeks and then head back to Ohio.
So
I just live north of Dayton there.
Oh yeah, so how's it feel there? So you're a snowbird, so you go down there and you got 37 degrees, the kind of stuff you went to. You're trying to escape this crap.
Yeah, but I think it was -7 tonight there north of Dayton.
Yes.
So I'm glad I'm down here.
Yeah,
we had a good week. We got Buckeyes won. Trump took office again, and down in Florida.
There you go. That's a win-win combination, right? All right, great to hear from Mark there in the state of Florida. Yeah, really the cold. Yeah, we've been dealing with it all week. I think this is supposed to be Tuesday and Wednesday mornings. Going to be some of the coldest, and we're talking, literally all the way down to the Gulf Coast, where we've got those extreme cold warnings tonight. Yeah, while many consider the cold to be a nuisance, there may be more serious implications from this for farmers, certain businesses, even energy suppliers. According to AccuWeather, the cold air has a wide-reaching impact on everyday life and the economy. Stressed power grids with the increased heating demand, closed schools, health impacts, and dangerous wind chills due to the cold influx across the east right on through midweek. There are several records that could be challenged. This is really what you call the peak of winter, when the historic average temperatures are at their lowest values in many parts of the country to begin with. All right, places like Minneapolis, where they've been like below zero through the weekend into Monday, Tuesday, after dipping below zero Saturday evening. Several days not even getting above 0 degrees. Of course, we had the winds this past day from the Great Lakes into the Northeast. From tonight, Tuesday night to Wednesday, some of the energy swinging into the north central states will be bringing in some stronger gusts again. Winds upwards of 30 to 40 miles per hour from Montana to Nebraska. Now, with these kind of temperatures, even a slight breeze with these frigid conditions can drop the wind chills substantially. The risk of cold-related illness, frostbite, hypothermia, lung or immune system impacts increases as well. Some of these areas are going to see wind chills 40 to 50 below zero. It is brutal. So meanwhile, it looks like the magnitude of the cold air is leading to a rather rapid freeze-up of various streams, rivers, and lakes in the central and northeast states. The increasing ice, just what some fishing interests have been waiting for. But the building ice could lead to some dangers. As the ice cover builds, the risk of ice jams will increase as we progress through the winter and spring, unless we see a gradual thaw occur, even though some ice will form on southern U.S. ponds and lakes. The ice will likely be too thin to support the weight of individuals. Don't be walking out on the ice. Experts urging parents to monitor curious children and pets as well, who may not have seen wintry conditions like this ever before and may venture out onto the ice to explore. Use caution. All right, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Brain Dead coming up right after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
We so often hear about the perils of lithium-ion batteries causing fires. That was the case for a family-owned trucking company in Wisconsin. A total loss after a fire caused by charging a battery over the weekend. A little after 3:30 a.m. Sunday morning at the Strupp Trucking Building in Onalaska, Wisconsin. According to News 8000, firefighters were called to the scene of the large structure fire. Used over 100,000 gallons of water to extinguish the flames and the subsequent hotspots. 7 fire departments aiding in the firefighting. Multiple water tenders were called to the scene due to the severity of the fire. Since then, officials have determined the cause was an unintentional electrical caused by a charging lithium-ion battery. Even these smaller batteries for your scooters and electric bikes. I'm thinking I've got a little lithium-ion battery right over on the desk over there for the snow broom. I've got several of the larger 40-volt batteries in the closet. I try to bring them in during the winter months because I know that they don't like the cold. For the weed eater and the hedge trimmer and scary stuff. Brain Dead is on board. What's happening? Back to work you go.
Yeah, I gotta get out here and harass some traffic, Steve. But not real quick before we get started with some NASCAR news. I don't, like I say, I'm not real political in nature and whatnot, and I know you are, and I know Pappy and a few others of them out there are. I saw this on TikTok, and I'm trying to confirm this because I saw half truths when you do that little, what do you call it, Google search.
Mm-hmm.
Trump is going to reform the child support laws in this country. And the only thing I got to say, it's about time. That one of the things that I read was that he was going to make it to where I, as a non-custodial parent, can claim my son on my taxes. And also, too, the custodial parent has to file the child support payments as income. So I've heard both ways, and I don't know if any of your what do you call it, cracked research department could help me out with this, because like I said, it's about time. It's about time. I mean, it's honest to God, it's sad that this has not been addressed earlier. I mean, if I got more to the story that I don't want to elaborate on, but also too, when I was on vacation, so to speak, did you see that story I sent you about John Deere talking about making pickup trucks?
That's not ringing a bell. I don't know if I got that or not.
I saw this on a, what do you call it, one of those threads or news boards or whatever you want to call it. And there is a rumor that's floating around right now that John Deere is going to start making pickup trucks. And people think I'm joking, and no, this is serious. And, you know, I trust MSN, you know, much as I can trust them, but still, you know, they're the ones that were saying that John Deere is fixing to make a pickup like the old International Scout. I don't know if you remember them or not. So, but let's get to some NASCAR stuff, shall we? I saw that IMSA showed on Facebook. They loaded in yesterday 208 transporters for the Rolex 24 this weekend. And I tell you, Steve, I love that race. I love that race. I heard Philip last night mention that Cletus McFarland, and I know you kind of had that deer in the headlight look. So
yeah,
Cletus, and so let me explain. Cletus McFarland is a YouTube star, and when you step back and look at it, NASCAR only has 1.8 million viewers. John Hunter Nemechek has, I think, like 1.3. I could be wrong. Million viewers on YouTube. He's got 4.8 million views, which is a good thing for NASCAR, because when you look at it, ARCA is like the single A ball league, baseball league. So it's going to help bring the viewers down to there who might in theory might hang around for the 500, because they're already saying the Daytona 500 is already sold out. But now, I know you haven't heard the big name, the two big stories that popped up out of Daytona. Now, remember I told you that Mike Wallace was going to compete in the 500 with AARP as a sponsor?
Yes.
Well, he is not going to now. NASCAR said, sorry, pal. They said, sorry, try again later on. He's pissed, and rightfully so, but he's 65 years old. What do you have to gain to be out there at the Daytona 500 at 65 years old trying to compete? But this is going to really blow your mind and everybody else's mind. JR Motorsports. Now, you know, JR Motorsports is the team that's owned by Kelly and Dale Earnhardt Jr. Well, they are going to go in the Daytona 500 with Justin Allgaier as the driver. And, by the way, you don't know who Chris Stapleton is, do you?
Yes, I do. That's my favorite Sirius XM channel.
Well, he is part owner of a whiskey company, Travelers Whiskey is going to be the sponsor of this car. So Steve, you know, maybe there is hope for you for a sponsor other than AARP, right?
Let's hope.
Now, also there's been some sponsorship changes. I know you might need to get a crayon out here. Blaster will be sponsoring Spire Motorsports' Michael McDowell for a couple of races. Viking Motorsports will run Chevrolet this year with Bat Benedetto as the driver. I forgot to mention this. Martin Truex Sr. passed away last week. I don't know if you saw that little tidbit or not. Bass Pro Shops in Winchester will sponsor Austin Dillon for 17 races. Speedy Cash and Title Mex will sponsor Zane Smith as anchor sponsors for Front Row's new 38 car, for the Front Row 38 car.
Yeah.
Castrol and TA have extended their relationship with RFK Racing. And I tell you this, I've seen some of the paint schemes for that. They don't look half bad if you get a chance to look at them. Let's see, there was some more out today. Workforce will sponsor Michael McDowell for a few races. Rebel Bourbon will sponsor Kyle Busch. Noah Gregson will be sponsored by Roush Truck Centers. And Steve, here's a good tool company for you mechanics out there. Dead On Tools is sponsoring Harrison Burton for Xfinity races. Sunny D is sponsoring Ricky Stenhouse for a few races. But now, Steve, I know you have those nice deep pockets, right? I know you got
Sure.
that. If you want to get your own team, Steve, here's the perfect opportunity. Rick Hendrick is having a clear out the warehouse auction. They are auctioning a lot of stuff out of the Gen 6 cars.
Yeah.
Out. I mean, cars and engines and parts and I mean, you name it.
You think they'll take a check? I can write a check, right? Yeah, hold the thought there. We're at the top of the hour. And they call it the Waffle House Index. Yes, the Waffle House in Pensacola, Florida is open.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A coalition of 18 states, including New York and New Jersey, are challenging President Donald Trump's executive order, which eliminates birthright citizenship.
New Jersey AG Matthew Platkin says the move is unconstitutional and would harm children.
The executive order renders many children born on American soil without citizenship, creating for the first time a class of American-born children whose health and well-being are threatened by their own government.
He says the 14th Amendment clearly states that the citizenship of children born in the U.S. doesn't depend on that of their parents and that the country has followed that basic rule for more than 150 years. The coalition is suing to invalidate the executive order and obtain a temporary restraining order to prevent it from taking effect. Kristen Marks.
Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass is taking steps to shore up burn areas ahead of possible rain.
I signed an executive order to expedite debris removal, slash regulations, preventing swift rebuilding, and establishing a framework to secure additional regulatory regulatory relief, and resources.
With the order, Bass hopes to mitigate potentially serious health and environmental impacts of fire-related hazardous pollutants on the stormwater system, beaches, and the ocean. The emergency executive order marshals city public works crews to clear and remove vegetation, shore up hillsides, reinforce roads, and clear debris from burn areas ahead of any rainy weather that could arrive on Saturday. I'm Lisa Taylor.
People trying to cross the border from Tijuana have been informed of the new immigration enforcement in the U.S.
Some migrants have been using the CBP One app to try and schedule initial asylum claims and then wait for a hearing in the United States. With the new executive orders from the president, the app is no longer in use, and those seeking asylum will have to wait in Mexico before their case is heard. Union Tribune says 1 million people used the app in the last 2 years. I'm Jack Cronin.
At the closing bell, the Dow gained 538, the S&P 500 added 52, NASDAQ rose by 126. From America's News Network, you're listening to USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Cold weather is affecting millions, and the governors of Louisiana, Georgia, Alabama, Florida, and Mississippi have all declared states of emergency. The storm is set to bring snow and ice, as well as freezing rain through tomorrow, making travel treacherous. 2 Republican senators are criticizing President Trump's pardoning of over 1,500 convicted January 6th rioters.
So this is January 6th. These are the hostages. Approximately 1,500 for a pardon. Full pardon.
Alaska's Lisa Murkowski told reporters she's disappointed in Trump's move. Louisiana lawmaker Bill Cassidy said it's not right. People who assault police officers, if they do the crime, they should do the time. Both senators voted to impeach Trump during his 2021 Senate impeachment trial. I'm Brian Shook.
Cecile Richards, the former president of Planned Parenthood, has passed away.
She died Monday of an aggressive brain cancer, according to a statement from her family. Richards was one of the United States' most prominent female activists and abortion rights advocates. She was the daughter of former Democratic Texas Governor, the late Ann Richards. Richards remained active in Democratic politics even after her diagnosis in 2023. She helped cast Texas's ceremonial votes at the DNC in August to nominate Vice President Kamala Harris and gave a speech on reproductive rights. Her family wrote, "No words can do justice to the joy she brought to our lives." Cecile Richards was 67. I'm Michael Kastner.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
I started going cold turkey. Well, at least when I'm in the car.
I know I shouldn't do it, but it's so hard to stop. That's why I hide it.
Do it all the time. I stopped by locking it in my glove compartment.
My friend used to do it way too much. Now I turn it off when we're in the car.
My solution is simple. I just don't do it. There are lots of ways to stop yourself and others from texting and driving. How will you stop? Tell us at stoptextstoprex.org. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, industrial injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, get back at it here. Where we leave off? Oh, yeah. We were chatting with Brain Dead there. Welcome back.
Thank you, sir. Mark Truex Jr. Announced that he will run the Daytona 500 for Tricon Garage. Let's see. Team Amerivets will run the Clash with Burt Myers as the driver. MBM Motorsports has rebranded itself as Garage 66 and will compete in the Clash with Garrett Smithley. But now, Steve, here's another big one that I imagine you probably did not catch. I bet you. Ty Gibbs has gone out and got him a full-time sponsor, Steve.
Oh, yeah?
And it's a company you'll never guess.
Kroger.
Saya,
really? The trucking company.
Saya, yep. Saya will be on the number 54 car this year, and there's kind of there's a rumor floating around that Monster Energy is pulling back sponsorship a little bit with him, but I've also heard that Saya is going to go to the Xfinity Series car, not the Cup Series car, and that Monster Energy is not changing nothing with the Cup Series car. So that's going to be kind of one of the things to watch. Now, do you remember BK Racing at all?
Doesn't ring a bell.
Okay, BK Racing folded. I can't remember how many years ago. It's been several years. But the appellate court has upheld that the owner of the time, what's his name, Ron Devine, has to pay $31 million in payroll taxes to the court. And the court also found that he funneled $6.4 million from the team to various corporations and family trusts. But now, Steve, I know you're a cheapskate here. And I know you got that. Oh, wait a minute, never mind. You said you got streaming channels. Never mind. NASCAR has decided to come up with its own channel. Imagine that, since SEC Network and what is it, ACC Network.
Yeah.
They got their own little channel now. It's going to start next Wednesday, as a matter of fact. It's going to be on Tubi, Tubi, Tubi channel.
Okay.
And they're going to have all their programming and content and all the classic races and the re-airs, the seasons, events, and if you want to catch it, it's on Tubi. It's free.
Tubi.
But now the big, So I know you're writing that down and circling on your calendar. But now here's the big story of the big stories. Now I know we're talk charters ad nauseum, so. This past week, NASCAR filed a motion with the court NASCAR filed a motion with the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals to move up the trial date and the arguments from December the 1st to May the 14th. If you follow what they're putting down, it's not hard to pick it up. What they're trying to do is to get this done during this trial during the season. So Jordan and Hamlin and all of them and Front Row have something else to take their attention away. Now, I don't know. They've not announced the ruling, or if they have, I haven't seen it. But in other words, they're trying to get out of this lawsuit. They know that they're doing antitrust. They know they're a monopoly. They know all of this. They're just trying to hide everything to keep the public from seeing it. They don't want the public to see what goes on behind the Iron Curtains. Kind of like, remember the Wizard of Oz, you know, where the
pay no attention.
Yeah. Right. That's what they're trying to do here. And I give them credit. You know, I really do give them credit for the whole David and Goliath fight here. But Steve, I tell you this much, buddy, it is 13 degrees on my dash, buddy. So is Brother Rambler, you think might be listening right now, Steve, and down in Mobile?
He may be, and I don't know. He's probably not running out there. I can't imagine they're running in this cold and snow right now. But yeah, it was Brother Rambler's chance to play in the snow. Not good. All right, 844-844-3388 is our number. Buckwheat, how the heck are you?
Oh, I'm doing fine, Steve. Thanks for asking. And hey, I was yesterday morning, my off day. Well, I guess I did work yesterday. I was in the gym, and you were asking for people's thoughts on the inauguration of President Trump.
Yes.
And I thought I'll give you some of mine. I feel that yesterday, Monday, when I was listening to the inauguration on the radio, I got a sense of pride in my country again. I mean, it just felt good. And last night I was looking all over the news feeds and stuff on the internet, and everybody was fussing about how bad he's going to mass deportations are going to be, and breaking up people's families, and that it was going to happen on Monday and maybe the next Tuesday. Well, I didn't see anything yet, and it's, to me, it just proves that these talking heads in the news basically don't really know what they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And I just, I was talking to another friend of mine from church yesterday. He called me, and he was all upset, about Trump pardoning the January 6th people. And I said, hey, what you got to do is quit listening to the TV news. And he sits at home. He don't job. News people, they just are looking for people to buy their, keep their eyeballs on the screen, and they blow stories up bigger than what they are, and we just need to have a little bit of common sense and get out in the world and work, and I really want the government to just get out of the way and allow me to do my day-to-day job, and the gay activists and stuff, just be there. If they want to do that stuff, then let them do that stuff. But I think it's wrong, and just let me live my life, and but not force it down my throat.
Mm-hmm.
But you had a special caller there on last Friday morning, and
I was going to say, it was good to hear from Cream of Wheat.
I was shocked about it, and Horse Feathers was saying that she had divine intervention, and I do think she is divine, and I do agree with that. But this morning Horse Feathers was saying something. The Washington football team was going to maybe be in the Super Bowl, and I sure would rather see the Eagles in the Super Bowl. And I guess me and Horse Feathers are going to have a little bit of a disagreement. That's okay, but so anyhow, Ashton Mario Kart there, while on Monday, while we were listening, while my wife was watching the inauguration there, and she texted me that Ashton Mario Kart's upstairs, and he had the Steve Sommers show on, and he was playing it pretty loud. He was listening to the show, I guess, on a podcast, and and she sometimes gets a little bit irritated with all his loud music and stuff. He likes everything up against, and I sort of chuckled, and I thought this was sort of funny. And then about 5 minutes later, she texts me again and says, he was upstairs with the window open playing this music out the window. And, now that got me a little bit worked up. It's like 14 degrees outside.
Yeah, right.
And I got to pay to heat the house, but, he wants to get this radio show out there to the neighborhood, and he's broadcasting it, but we got that window shut, so I'm sorry you didn't get a broadcast to the neighborhood for free on Monday afternoon, but so
that's quite
anyhow.
All right. But I dread opening my utility bill here. I dread it. I know it's going to be ugly.
Yeah, well, this morning temperature bouncing around. I seen as low as -6. At our house we had -1, so we got it cold on the East Coast too. But I guess you guys are one of my co-drivers. I talked to him yesterday, last night, and he's out in Middlebury, Indiana, and he said they were calling for like -14 or something like that out there tonight. So it's a little bit north of you, but it's cold. And hey, one of the things about this weather, and what the newscasters all say about this, and they have all these special warnings and stuff, and it's winter. It happened before. It got cold. It's no big deal. We did it before. We'll do it again. So anyhow, that's pretty much all I have. And another thing is, we did get the hotel reservations for the truck show down there in Louisville, so we are planning to attend there, and hopefully meet you again and introduce Ashton to you again. And
excellent.
And so, but anyhow, so. All right, I'll speak at you later.
Thank you for the update. Thanks for listening. Thanks to Mario Kart for being my #1 promoter, show promoter. But yeah, close that window. 14 degrees. What are you trying to heat the rest of the world? What? All right, 22nd day of January. Hello, dingback. Yeah, today's national days. It's National Blonde Brownie Day. It is National Hot Sauce Day, along with National Polka Dot Day, and finally National Grandpa Day. In other words, eat a blonde brownie with hot sauce while wearing polka dots with your grandfather. 1673, really? The Postal Service between Boston and New York was inaugurated, along with, in 1857, the National Association of Baseball Players was founded, which helped start and organize baseball in the rules to what they are today. 1959, Buddy Holly records his last album with songs including Peggy Sue, Cryin', Waitin', Hopin'. In 1968, Rowan and Martin's Laugh-In debuts. And finally, 1992, the Space Shuttle Discovery 15 launched into space. I know I took this out of order, but 1973, the Roe versus Wade decision. 1973, that decision was actually handed down. Well, the rest is history, as they say.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot, Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Coming up, we'll hear from Plowboy. Eagles on board with the full report. Pappy joins us on a nice, toasty, warm morning in Southwest Ohio.
Man, Steve, I still got -4 on the cruiser dash here.
Sounds right.
-4 degrees. Oh, man, Steve. Excuse me. I sent you a screenshot, Steve, back when I was in high school. I don't know if I said this on air. Hell, I might have. I don't know. But 1977, 78, I was in high school. January 18th, 1977, record low temperature in Cincinnati was -25 degrees. Wind chills were like 50, 60 below, man.
North Dakota kind of stuff.
Steve, it like stayed that way, man. It wasn't like just a 1 or 2 day thing like we're getting here. It was, they closed Coleraine High School down. They closed most of the high schools in the city down for like a month. Nobody went to school.
Mm-hmm.
They were like, man, we gotta get everybody back in school. So what they kept Coleraine closed, but they opened up Northwest High School. So Northwest High School students went from like 0700 to like 11 a.m. They bailed out, we bailed in. We went to school from like noon to 4. Steve, you want to talk about some partying? High schoolers, man, in the winter, not going to school for a month, and then when we went back to school, we didn't have to be there till noon.
Yeah, right.
You know how many little 8-ounce
little kings,
cream ale, them little killers.
Yeah,
little killers. Oh man, whew. Those were the days, brother. Man. Steve, let me tell you something. That's how it's done, brother. This is how it's done. You revoked them 51 security clearances from these daggone traitors, liars, scumbags. That's how you do it, man. these guys want to go get their little jobs working for these military, they're, civilian weaponized in military industrial complex,
Because they can,
Halliburton and all these places.
Because they have access to information with the security clearances that others don't, right?
Yes, sir. Well, like Horse Feathers was saying, you want to use your influence and stuff to lie to the American people, pull a scam on us. Steve, that was direct election interference, man. You want to talk about election interference? There you go, right there, Ben. Anywho, I didn't hear that till you mentioned it tonight, so I was stoked hearing that.
Yeah. And I know you saw that he pulled us out of the World Health Organization again.
Yes, sir. I emailed you that. God love you, man. I'm telling you, Steve. The globalists they're on their heels. Things are looking good, man. We got people waking up all around this globe. I mean, Biden wants to talk about this prisoner swap, this ceasefire. One thing you noticed, Steve, when he came out, he said, this is the exact same deal that I was put out since May of last year, actually. Well, they didn't accept it then, and the only reason they accepted it now is because you know why. Somebody took the oath of office yesterday.
Yep.
He made it clear.
36 seconds.
Yeah, it's going to be hell to pay. But, Steve, let me ask you, how good a deal is this, man? We exchanged 1,900 demon terrorists, 1,900 for 33 innocent hostages.
Yep.
Great deal there, big guy. Way to go, man. That's how you make a deal, babe. Oh, my God. All right, man. That's all I got. You're at the end of the hour. We're at the bottom of the hour here, so everybody hammer down, be safe. Thanks for taking the call, Steve.
All right, find a way to stay warm. Yes, I'm seeing -4. Every once in a while it clicked over to -5, but kind of fluctuating. That was one of the many, the flurry of executive orders on day number 1. And the United States withdrawing from the World Health Organization. Like I said, this is the second time in less than 5 years. Of course, the globalists, the scientists fear this is going to roll back decades-long gains made in fighting infectious disease like AIDS, malaria, tuberculosis. Yeah, more on that coming. What they're really worried about is they're not going to get the money. They're not going to get our money. That's what it's all about.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A New Yorker is coming home after being freed from the Taliban in Afghanistan following a prisoner swap.
Ryan Corbett from Western New York and another prisoner were given back to the U.S. in a deal finalized in the final hours of Joe Biden's presidency. Corbett of Dansville moved to Afghanistan 15 years ago for work, but he's been held by the Taliban in a basement cell since August of 2022. His family released a statement thanking both the Trump and Biden administrations for their efforts and expressed gratitude and praise to God for sustaining Ryan's life. Scott Pringle, New York.
President Trump will sit down for his first Oval Office interview of his second term. Trump will have a conversation with Sean Hannity on Fox News tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 538 points, the S&P 500 added 52 points, and the NASDAQ rose 126 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, we left off there talking about the World Health Organization. They say experts caution that withdrawing from the organization could weaken the world's defenses against dangerous new outbreaks capable of triggering pandemics. During the first Oval Office appearance of his second term, Trump signed an executive order detailing how the withdrawal process might begin. As they were handing him the various executive orders, he said, "Oh," as he was handed the action, that's a big one. His move calls for pausing the future transfer of U.S. government funds to the organization. Like I said, money, money, money. Kind of recalling and reassigning federal personnel and contractors working with the World Health Organization, and calls on officials to identify credible and transparent United States and international partners to assume necessary activities previously undertaken by the organization. As we said, not the first time he's tried to sever ties with the WHO. Several months after the World Health Organization declared COVID-19 to be a pandemic. And his cases were surging globally in July of 2020. Trump's administration at the time officially notified the UN Secretary General that the U.S. was planning to pull out, suspending funding. Joe Biden, of course, reversed that decision on his first day in office in January of 21, only to have Trump essentially revive it on his first day back in office on Monday. All right, good morning, Plowboy.
Well, good morning. Good thing we don't deal with them dang yahoos over in Wuhan anyways. I mean, get us out of that garbage. Well, we have nothing for CDC, let alone down overseas somewhere. But one before I go any further. Congratulations to Pappy. I guess him and I got something in common. I got a phone call here a little while ago. I became grandpa number 5 to a little bitty granddaughter. So
how about that?
Everything is, oh yeah, beautiful little angel. I don't worry about him near as much as I did. That we not had the inauguration yesterday. I've been really worried, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
I know.
So you got to become a grandpa again on the same morning as Pappy. He didn't mention that in his call a few minutes ago, but yeah, he did give me a ring just before midnight that his daughter Mercedes was going in. They were going to induce labor. So I guess that's an ongoing process this morning. 2 new grandpas. How about that?
You got that right, brother. Yeah, like I said, congratulations there, Pappy. Now, snow totals. Have you seen the biggest of a lot of snow totals yet? The biggest one you've seen? How much was it?
I'm trying to remember. Was it 14 somewhere? Pensacola. Okay. I think Pensacola hit 9.
Oh, wow, I missed that one.
Brian posted a few minutes ago on our Facebook stream, 9 inches, Pensacola, Florida. Travel almost impossible. I-10 is closed from exit 5 in Pensacola to exit 70 in Mossy Head. The cold is rough, 24 degrees with a wind chill of 14. That is an all-time record snowfall.
No, the reason why I was asking, I was going off that one I seen out of New Orleans. They had 10 inches. I'm just thinking, what in the hell with all them bridges? And they had a mess before that hit.
I think Lafayette, Louisiana, I don't know how close that is to, but I mean, they had in excess of a foot there.
Oh, yeah, that's just north.
Okay.
Just north. That's up there on 12. But now, I did have bad news for brain dead. John Deere, that was a fluke that they were passing around. Because I'm big in with John Deere, always have been, and if it had not been any higher than the Ford Raptor, I was seriously either looking at leasing it or buying one. And they said that was something that damn word you and I have talked about, and we hate it so much, Steve, AI generated. You can look that one up.
Yeah.
Because, that's what John Deere's told me. And Caterpillar's got one that they're supposed to be putting out, but I'm not going to put anything until I see it sitting either on the John Deere yard or in the Caterpillar house. But I have got one thing to ask you. What would have happened, because I got an answer or part of the question behind it. Did you see the garbage that Adams, the mayor out in New York, is catching for going to Trump's inaugural instead of
I'm
MLK
hearing
Day?
that. Yeah, I'm hearing that.
Now, I got a question. What would have happened had the vote been reversed? What would they put off?
Right.
Would they put off the inauguration
Do you
or
think
MLK Day?
Do you think he would have been there? In other words, would Mayor Adams have been there for a Kamala Harris inauguration? You're damn shooting he would.
Exactly. I mean, it just, I heard that and I like to fell out. I thought, hell, he just needs to switch tickets and say I'm a Republican and be done with it. Even if he does look like a little bit of a rhino. Hell, we got some over here worse than he is, honestly. Because, hell, we have some of them I don't think is quite as bad, or put it this way, yeah, that's just where I'll leave that one at. But, I mean, did you happen to catch the faces between Trump and, yeah, I'm sorry, and J.D. Vance that what they call an interfaith ceremony this morning?
Nope, didn't catch that.
Pull that one up. That brain dead thing. See, I am against them. Yeah, I know I'm going to catch hell, but I'm a little bit of old school. I do not believe in women preachers, so yeah, if your phone lights up, I'll take it. But this thing was in the pulpit and literally giving Trump hell. I didn't catch all of what she was saying, but it is because his deportation and his wanting.
Yeah, I think that's the
only
one Dan was referencing. She's supposedly some ordained minister or something, but he said she was just a bitch.
Yep, that nailed it. That nailed it. But yeah, great. But one last question, and thinking about the cold again. Have you heard anything out of that monkey gouger? Is he down there making Debbie's swimming pool?
I don't. It had to be about a week before Christmas, the last time we heard from the Carolina monkey gouger. So I'm obviously he's taken an entire month off at this point.
I had to laugh there the other day. I thought, dang, I need to get a hold of somebody had his number. It showed Dum Dum out down there in Charleston talking to a crowd. Yeah, Dum Dum meaning dumb, whatever he was.
Yeah.
Live from Charleston. I thought, yeah, is he down there hunting with monkey gouger or what? But now, I do have one question. I wish Trump would come out and say something on this. He may have already have. But did you say 33 for 19 or 1,500?
Yeah, that was the number. I think it was somewhere in the, I don't know the exact number, but yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry if I make somebody mad. I don't want Trump to take this one. I don't. I want him to get out there in front of national TV from the Oval Office and say, no, that was not my deal. Because that was the worst deal anybody could ever make. He could have done a lot better than 33 for 9. What that's one for what, 60? 60, 65?
No, I mean,
if
it was 33 for one, I got to get the calculator. It wasn't a good deal though, and I think yes, he was right about that. Happy.
But I don't know. Well, we need some warmer weather is all I can say. Now get off here. Y'all have a good night.
All right. Yep. Try to stay warm. Brr. -4 is what I'm showing now. Even under industry headlines, of all those executive orders signed, this is somewhat reminiscent of going back to his first term. One of the first moves of his second term, President Trump has ordered federal agencies to halt all rulemaking activity pending White House review. Trump has issued the regulatory freeze pending review order that's, in other words, forbidding any agencies from sending a rule to be published in the Federal Register without that rule being reviewed and approved by the new White House. So that the order additionally requires agencies to immediately withdraw any rule that had been submitted to the Office of the Federal Register but has not yet been published in the Federal Register. Agencies are also advised to consider postponing for 60 days from the date of the memorandum the effective date for any rules that have been published in the Federal Register or any rules that have been issued in any manner but have not taken effect for the purpose of reviewing any questions of fact, law, and policy that these rules may raise. So this puts the brakes on any immediate action from all federal agencies, including the Department of Transportation and the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration. As we know, a few of the most impactful rules that the FMCSA worked to advance over the last 4 years were the Heavy Vehicle Speed Limiters Rule, the Heavy Vehicle Automatic Emergency Braking Rule, and the Broker Transparency Rule, which, of course, yesterday was the final day to comment on that rule. With the new Trump administration, it is unclear whether these rules could advance, but the president's first term showed that he has a strong tendency toward the deregulation of federal agencies. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association and other trade groups had, as we shared last evening, a number of trade groups had recently penned a letter asking Trump to put a stop to any speed limiter rule for commercial trucks.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All right, we spoke to Eagle a couple of mornings ago, and he was getting the hell out of Texas, as he put it, and headed to Florida. I don't know if that was a good thing or a bad thing. Maybe he should have headed west. But morning, Eagle. Are you playing in the snow, or where are you?
No, after I talked to you, Steve, I talked to my company, and I didn't realize, like I said, before I get into what's going down. No, they changed the low. Luckily, when I got through Houston, they gave me a load to Atlanta, Georgia, where I'm at now. You know, it's a lot better than Florida, but they did get some snow here in Georgia today, and the roads look like pretty slick right now. All this snow that came in around about 3 o'clock, all the roads have turned into ice now. So tomorrow morning gonna be kind of crazy in Atlanta. I'm gonna try to hang out until about 12 or 1 o'clock before I leave. Some of the ice might melt because these people are so reckless. In Atlanta, they had a lot of accidents last night in the Atlanta area. It didn't get as much snow as, like I said, you know, down south. But yeah, I'm glad I didn't go to Florida, Steve. You know, man, I like I told you, I'm gonna say this one quick note right quick before I get into what I'm about to say. I want people you better go into the book of Revelation and people and read what it says about the end days in Revelation. I'm not gonna say go into detail, but you might want to check that out. But yeah, Steve, and in Houston, Texas, where I grew up at, never in my life, you know, it snowed in Houston before, but not this much damn snow. Because like I say, I was just in Houston on Saturday or Sunday, and it was you know, weather was pretty warm, 50, 60 degrees, and then all hell broke loose. And it even got down to Galveston, Texas, Steve. Galveston, Texas is far south as you can go, and it even snowed in Galveston, Texas. I seen on the news. That's real strange. I don't know how many times this happened, but it ain't happened much. But then it got even worse. You know, over in Louisiana, where I had just drove through, over in Lafayette, Beaumont, and Texas area, all hell broke loose over there. Would you say 10 to 12 inches of snow in Lafayette?
Yes.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm glad. You know, Interstate 10, it turned into Interstate 80 up north. You know, with like it snow up in Erie, Pennsylvania. Never thought it would snow like this down south. And did you say that it snowed in New Orleans too?
It did. Yes, I think they got 5 or 6. They were having snowball fights on Bourbon Street.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's crazy, man, to have snow in New Orleans, you know, that far south. And then you said that it even got into Florida. Like I said, I was headed to Florida, but after I talked to you and checked on the weather and everything, they detoured that. I'm glad I didn't go to Florida.
Yeah.
Because I would have ran right into it, because I was going to Jacksonville. I had a look. That's where I was headed, to Jacksonville. And you said that the Interstate 10 is shut down right now over there in Pensacola.
Yep.
I can't believe that Pensacola got that much snow. This is unheard of type of weather, you know, for this Florida and Mississippi, Louisiana, you know, the weather. But it all, you know, everything came together, Steve, you know, with the cold weather, you know, because it's already in the 20s, low 20s and 10s down in that area. And then when the rain came in, it turned into snow. So it was a perfect scenario for this thing to develop. And, you know, it's unheard of type of things. You know, when you see snow on the beach, you can't get no further south than that. You know, on 10 and, you know, get into Pensacola and all that. You know, it's crazy what's going on with this weather lately. You know, never in my life. I've been driving 25 years, Steve. Never in my life did I ever think that you would get stuck in a snowstorm on Interstate 10.
Right.
Would be shut down. I don't drove every mile of Interstate 10 from Florida all the way to Los Angeles, California, and I ain't never been involved in a snow shutdown on Interstate 10. So that's some crazy weather right there. So I don't know what's going on, but it's some real strange stuff going on right now with the weather. You know, I had just mentioned a couple of weeks ago, you know, that I hadn't drove in no snow, and I knew I shouldn't have said that.
You jinxed yourself.
I jinxed myself. But,
yes, you did.
Yeah, I jinxed myself by saying that. But like I said, it wasn't too bad. In Atlanta, they got like about 2 or 3 inches, which is a blizzard to these people, because they still don't have equipment. You would think they would have had some type of snow equipment by now in Georgia, but they still don't have nothing. In the roads are like an ice skating ring. They don't. They just let the stuff sit on the ground, and now it's so froze over. I'm looking at the street right now where I'm at, and it's froze over. So that's the reason why I'm not leaving. I'm not pulling out tomorrow morning until after the sun come up and start rolling.
Yeah, because it's gonna be a demolition derby. I wish I was a record man in Atlanta tomorrow morning, because somebody gonna make a lot of money. Somebody gonna make a lot of money in Atlanta, Georgia tomorrow morning, Steve, because they're gonna have a lot of accidents because it's slick out here right now. So anybody that's rolling towards Atlanta, you better be real careful because the roads are real slick. But yeah, but you said you didn't get no snow up in Cincinnati, Steve?
No, not a thing. No.
No snow. Yeah. So that's what's strange about the whole deal. That it's hard. Never in my life did I ever think that I would say that it's snowing in Florida, but Ohio is not getting snow. Ohio is snow free, and it's snowing in Florida. So that's a strange scenario right there. So we living in some strange times. 2025 has started off real strange, Steve. Hopefully the year gets a little bit better, and hopefully it starts warming up. That's the main thing. And we got February coming up, so hopefully I don't know when that groundhog's supposed to come out up there in Pennsylvania, but I damn sure hope he see his shadow when he come out there in Pensacola Field or whatever his name is. Hopefully he sees his shadow in a couple of weeks, which means it's going to be a early spring. So hopefully that'll happen up there in Pennsylvania. And I'll give you a call back later on to talk about politics. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle. Yeah, find a way to stay warm. So they made the right move. That was a good move, because I thought he may have got maybe down into Florida somewhere, but trying to get out, that right now that's not really happening. All right, 844-3388. Yeah, typically by this time of the morning, we normally hear from Philip, maybe, I don't know, did Disney, have they canceled Disney? Is it too cold, maybe? I mean, obviously, they probably closed the water parks. They did that here about a month ago when they had a cold snap, but I'll do some checking on that. Can't help but wonder if can people even get to and from? There's so many airline flights canceled. Some of the airports literally shut down. Let's see. Safety advisory issued for Disney World Resort. Whole park to remain closed. That was about 17 hours ago. Well, there's the answer to that question. He ain't working. I'll pull up the rest of the story here, see what we got. Look at it, 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling.
3/4 or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is freezing all government hiring and ordering federal workers to return to the office full-time.
The hiring freeze was included in a raft of executive orders that Trump signed on day one, barring all agencies from filling vacancies and ordering them to make more efficient use of what they have. The freeze doesn't apply to the military, immigration enforcement, national security, or public safety. In another memo, Trump said that agencies need to end remote work policies as soon as possible. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
President Trump is replacing the acting U.S. attorneys in Manhattan and Brooklyn over concerns they may be supportive of the Biden-era policies.
Trump has named Assistant Manhattan U.S. Attorney Danielle Sassoon, who helped land FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried in prison, to temporarily head the Southern District of New York. Former Deputy U.S. Attorney Edward Kim has been on the job there since Damian Williams resigned. John Durham, who's been involved in federal gang cases, will lead Brooklyn's Eastern District of New York on an interim basis, booting First Assistant Carolyn Picorni, who took over after Breon Peace stepped down. Trump's permanent picks are former SEC Chair Jay Clayton and Nassau County Judge Joseph Nocella. Kristen Marks.
As Trump issued pardons yesterday, so did Biden issue some 11th hour pardons. People are now weighing in on those.
President Trump pardoned roughly 1,500 people in connection to the January 6th riots.
It's outrageous. It's crazy. I just feel that if you were part of that and you broke laws, you got to pay for it. I mean, like, God forbid I did something like that. There would be no pardon for me.
I think that most of the people were there for peaceful purposes, and not all of them, should be punished.
Meantime, former President Biden preemptively pardoned his siblings and their spouses, along with Dr. Anthony Fauci and January 6th committee members.
I know the optics of it aren't terrific, but given what Donald Trump was pledging to do, it's understandable.
I'm Natalie Migliori.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
You know, the new year is a great time to reconsider how we do things, like how to make things better in 2025. Like when it comes to the whole struggle of how to pay for your health care, people generally are not happy with the status quo. But there's good news. There's a much better option, and it's proven, too. MediShare is refreshing. You can save thousands of dollars a year. Many save up to $500 a month. And you get to choose from a huge network of doctors and providers. And maybe the best part, and we know this from research on why people join MediShare, they love this. Instead of sending your money every month to a huge corporation that might fund all sorts of procedures or things you don't believe in, you're joining a faith-based network of people who actually care about each other. And like I said, that's refreshing. There is a better option. You don't have to do it the way you've always done it. You can make a change and start saving now. Here's the number. They're easy to talk to. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the fighting in Ukraine has to stop, but he told the Today Show that wars don't stop because of public pronouncements.
To end with hard, vibrant diplomacy that the U.S. seeks to engage in the hopes of bringing an end to this conflict that's sustainable in a way that assures the security of Ukraine and our partners in the region, but that stops the killing and the dying and the destruction that we've been seeing for quite a while now.
Rubio says for all of it to work and not lead to another war in a few years, all sides have to give something. The FDA has approved a Johnson & Johnson nasal spray to treat depression.
The spray, called Spravato, is the first ever standalone therapy for treating major depressive disorder that fails to improve with standard drug regimens. Spravato, which has been used since 2019, along with an oral medication, can now be used by itself. Health experts say about a third of the 21 million U.S. adults who suffer from treatment-resistant major depression aren't getting relief from symptoms, which can include persistent sadness, insomnia, lack of energy, and suicidal ideations. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
President Trump is ordering all federal employees in diversity, equity, and inclusion roles to be placed on leave immediately. The news came after Trump signed an executive order ending federal DEI programs, with offices being ordered shut down. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt called the move a win for Americans, calling DEI programs a scourge on society. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And Now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, so I pulled up the rest of the detail. Maybe they're just the water parks. I mean, who the hell wants to go to a water park when it's 35 degrees? Even the likes of Disney World, though, says the National Weather Service in Melbourne, Florida, has officially issued a cold weather advisory for Orange County. That's from 1 a.m. till 9 a.m. Eastern this morning, Wednesday morning, January 22nd. Now, they said while the weather may not seriously impact guests' vacations, those visiting the parks this week should still be aware of the risk. The National Weather Service warns there is a risk of hypothermia and suggests guests wear proper protection from the cold. Wind chill temperatures are expected to be as low as 25. The advisory includes inland Volusia, Seminole, Southern Lake, and Northern Lake counties, as well as Orange County. Guests should prepare for colder than usual weather, especially if they plan on rope dropping in the parks. Parks with exposed pathways like Epcot and Animal Kingdom could feel even chilly due to the increased wind exposure. Additionally, Disney's Blizzard Beach water park will close due to the weather. Blizzard Beach has shut down numerous times over the last several weeks due to the cold, and while guests may opt to skip aquatic activities entirely during the winter months, they say there's actually a few reasons to visit Disney water parks during the winter. Not only will the water parks be less crowded than the 4 main theme parks, especially during the colder months, but both Blizzard Beach and Typhoon Lagoon feature heated pools, they say, meaning they can be enjoyed mostly year-round. If things get too cold, Disney and Universal Studios will close the water parks as a safety precaution. Okay. So I guess the parks are open. But if you think about it, in most cases, how many people, when you're going to be taking the likes of an Orlando Disney World vacation, you probably don't have, like your long sleeve and long pants attire, let alone like thermal underwear and a heavy top coat. Just not going to be. You're thinking shorts and T-shirts and sunshine and, oh, well. So there you go. Double R?
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Happy New Year. Long time no talk.
Yeah, Happy New Year, Steve. How you been, man? We've just been through a rough time here, and I really don't want to say on the air, but what the hell. We switched jobs. We had our safety director, she forgot to change her damn diaper or something. I don't know what it was, but we was out in Arizona, and they told Anita she had to get her physical. And we went to the company clinic there in Arizona to get her DOT physical, and this doctor was digging. I mean, she was digging for. I almost said it. I'm sorry. Digging for crap that you would not believe, And she wanted our doctor to put down on paper that Anita can drive a commercial vehicle and nothing is going to happen to her. She said, I'm not putting that on paper. I'm putting my job at risk. I'm lying. And I told the doctor, I don't blame you. I wouldn't put it down there either. It's none of their damn business. Nobody knows what's going to happen to the human body, It's just an act of God or whatever, But anyhow, they terminated Anita. Well, what happened was we ended up going from Arizona to Florida, and I said something to my dispatcher, and he said, "Don't worry about it. I'll take care of it." And he gave us another doctor form, and we went to the company doctor there in Orlando, and they give Anita a year DOT card. And then this stupid ass safety director we got, she said, "We don't do DOT shopping here." And after we tried to call her to, to figure out what we need to do, how, she would not return our calls.
Yeah.
So we didn't know what to do, and Anita's DOT was, getting ready to be downgraded from a CDL to an operator. So we had to do something, and that's when we went to the Orlando DOT, for her physical, and they gave her a year. The company said, "Well, Paul, you can work here, but Anita's done." And I said, "Well, you know what's funny? I'm done too. Bye." I'm not doing. I don't do that stupid shit, Steve. I'm sorry. I don't mean to swear, but that just aggravates me. But so I'm on a semi-retirement run right now. Home in the middle of the week and home on the weekends, and it's all good. So, how y'all doing?
Some things you just have. I guess you gotta. What do they say? Go with the flow. Is that? What can you say, right?
Absolutely. I mean, that's childish, and it's,
yeah.
I don't know. It just aggravates me. I've been there 15 years, and then they turn around and do this crap, but I'm not going to work without my wife. I mean, me and her's been together and so long, and you get used to it, and I'm not going to make changes for a company. The hell with them, so, but it's all good. But how's family doing?
Cold.
I'm on my way up. I'm on my way up to Pennsylvania now. I'm gonna snatch that damn groundhog by the ass.
Yeah, I mean,
if I can wake him up.
I got -5 outside the secret bunker. I mean, even with the space heater going, what have I got? 68 inside the bunker with the space heater running nonstop. So,
wow. Yeah, wow. Man, oh man, that's crazy. Yeah, that's all supposed to end this week, ain't it? This polar vortex. It's supposed to start warming up. Not a whole lot, but
yeah, we're supposed to get more. I mean, closer to what would be normal weather for this time of year. I mean, like, what are we looking at? This is what we're rolling into Wednesday. Only 21 for a high. Then actually back to it looks like -2. 31 for Thursday. By Saturday, we get to 39. Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So that'll feel like a heat wave.
You know it. Hey, gone. So, well, I just wanted to call you and update you. Any other time, I'd be sleeping right now. And
yeah.
I thought, well, you know what? I better call brother here and let him know what's going on. So
yeah, I've been wondering. It's been a while. It's been a while since we had heard from you. So I just thought she's busy for the holidays and all that.
Yeah, it was before Christmas, wasn't it? When I think it was. So wow. But I apologize. Like I said, we've been taking care of other stuff, and
yeah.
I knew you would understand, so if anybody would, you would, so. But it is what it is. But I'm back out here now, so.
All right, got to pay the bills, as they
it's
say.
All good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that stuff don't grow on trees,
Yep.
Be nice if I had a money tree in my backyard, but oh well. But you see all this snow Florida got?
Yes.
Lordy.
We're all just flabbergasted. Unreal.
I looked at a picture there on the down there in Alabama, the beaches. It's all snow covered and stuff. I thought, wow, that's crazy. This world's going to hell. So, Anyway, anyhow, I just wanted to, I'm out here listening, Steve. I'm headed north on 81 here. I'm over in Virginia. I'm looking at 11 degrees. Of course, I'm moving, but it's probably colder than that.
But you're not playing in the snow. That's the good news. I mean, it's so unusual.
Not right now.
You had the snow come through all the Gulf Coast, but it didn't snow. I mean, parts of Atlanta, southern areas got a little bit. They didn't get anything up there in Chattanooga. We not Gail Monroe. They didn't get anything.
Wow. Well, ain't they a lucky one?
I guess.
Oh, man.
I don't know if they're happy or sad about that. You know, those nuts down there, they like it when it snows. Yeah, because they don't see it very often. But when it's pretty rough when you got Interstate 10 shut down. That's about About a 65-mile stretch. Yeah, exit 5 in Pensacola to exit 70. Now, how many miles is it across 10 there in northern Florida? So I know Pensacola's over in the Panhandle, so that's 844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, good morning to Seth, who just tuned in a bit ago. Apparently, he sends me an email. He said, just tuned in. Have you talked to what Barron Trump said to Joe Biden? Does anybody know? If you haven't seen the video, look it up on Twitter. No, honestly, Seth, I have not seen anything about Barron speaking to Biden. Was it good, bad, indifferent? I don't know. Okay. Meanwhile, a federal court has struck down a Department of Transportation rule on transportation of liquefied natural gas that was enacted in 2020. Saying the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration did not sufficiently consider the safety risks involved. Specifically, the decision by a 3-judge panel of the Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia agreed with a group of state attorneys general, environmental groups, and the Puyallup Tribe of Indians, who challenged the rule on the grounds that the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration was arbitrary and capricious in its decision not to require an environmental impact statement as far as the rulemaking process. The court therefore vacated the rule and sent it back to the agency for further proceedings. Now, the judge Authoring the decision noted the rule set no limit on the number of LNG tank cars that could be included in a single train and set no speed limit for such trains. And that the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration had said one company was considering LNG trains of up to 80 cars. Now, it's liquefied natural gas, kind of like rolling bombs, right? Would there be any safety concerns? Well, yeah. She noted comments during the rulemaking process that expressed alarm about the potentially catastrophic consequences of a train of LNG tank cars, citing an assertion from the environmental group that the amount of energy contained in 22 tank cars of liquefied natural gas would be equal to that of the atomic bomb that was dropped on Hiroshima, Japan. Yeah, no LNG has ever been transported under the rule because of a Biden administration order for federal agencies to reconsider actions under the Trump administration that were inconsistent with Biden's climate policy. That led them to suspend the rule until either the agency issued a modified version or June 30th of this year, whichever were to come first. Now, the Pipeline and Hazardous Material Administration told the court they do not anticipate having a new rule prior to June 20 of this year. Reuters reports that the Pipeline Administration did not respond to request for comments, but Bradley Marshall, an attorney with Earth Justice, which is one of the environmental groups that had challenged the rule, said that the group is pleased the court saw the danger that this rule posed to our nation's communities. There's an enormous potential for a disaster in sending train cars loaded with explosive liquid natural gas through populated areas. Well, we know there are incidents with rail lines on a daily basis. Some get more attention than others, and we have seen some catastrophic consequences, a.k.a. first on the list, Palestine, Ohio last year. See what's going on with Red, I believe. Good morning, Red.
Hey, hi, Steve. How you doing?
Notice how you did that. You said
trying to stay warm.
This is Red, R-E-D. Very, very good.
Yeah. Hey, they're sounding the alarm on the regular news about Trump pulling out of WHO.
Yeah.
Well, besides the money, they changed their charter last year or year before. I think all the members voted on it. If there's some pandemic or some type of emergency, whatever the WHO dictates overrides any country's constitution.
And because
I think that's why he pulled out.
In the event of a pandemic, they say, because I remember we were discussing this last year, this new that we signed on to. If they declare a pandemic, we have to follow their orders and their rules.
Yeah, like mandating vaccines and shutting everything down.
Exactly.
And who knows what else, Well, so I'm really glad he pulled out. That was a very good idea.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know who wants to buy TikTok? Do you know Shark Tank? You ever watch Shark Tank, Mr. Wonderful?
Yes, I know that he and some other rich people had tendered an offer.
Yeah, But Trump said about a public-private thing, that would be good,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Like you said, if they can get that algorithm, but I don't know if they'll let that go, So, yeah, that's all I had to say. I hope you're staying warm. I guess smoke breaks are rough, huh?
You ain't kidding.
I'm glad I'm retired. We used to have to walk off the property, and I wouldn't smoke at work because when it was cold for that reason. Yeah, so Okay, well, you take care, and things are looking up. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Red.
Okay,
it's
bye-bye.
a new year, new administration. You got it. Now, I haven't pulled up the context of these stories. I'm just looking at headlines. I mean, when I was doing a quick search, I got "What did Barron?" in the Google search automatically filled in. What did Barron say to Biden? Newsweek. Yeah, Barron Trump praised for handshakes during Donald's inauguration. Okay. Financial Express says, what did President Trump's son say to Joe Biden at the inauguration? Now, that story supposedly said they had a lip reader trying to look. Other headlines, did Barron Trump whisper something in Biden's ear? Everybody's trying to guess, so nobody knows for sure. Yeah, did Barron Trump whisper this one word to the ears of Joe Biden at the inauguration? See if I can get the rest of the story coming up here. We're a couple of minutes from news breaks. This would be some positive news, I believe, in the cost of shipping on the high seas. Yeah, we've been paying more for a lot of things because of the cost of shipping. So many of these big container vessels having to take that long trip around the Horn of Africa, adding much time and cost. Yemen's Houthi rebels say they will cease attacks on Israel and merchant shipping in the Red Sea as the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas took effect on Sunday. If Israel stops the aggression in Gaza, and if the U.S., UK, and Israel stop the aggression against Yemen, the Houthis will stop their operations, including attacks against navies and commercial ships, according to a Houthi spokesperson that spoke to the Arab news service Al Jazeera. As we know, the ceasefire began over the weekend, the first exchange of Israeli hostages from Gaza and Palestinian prisoners from Israel. Yet later phases will include the withdrawal from Gaza. Ocean lines have said they're watching these developments in the Red Sea. They have not yet offered a timeline to resume regular schedules there. Among the major lines, only CGM has maintained a schedule on the Suez Canal route. But they do say the situation in the Suez Canal remains fluid and the security situation is not clear. Okay, so maybe things could begin getting back to normal with ocean travel and container vessels. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is dismantling diversity, equity, and inclusion policies across the federal government.
In an executive order signed Monday, Trump rolled back the measures. Trump didn't target DEI efforts in the private sector yet, but promised more actions are coming soon. Some companies like Meta, McDonald's, and Walmart have already pulled back on similar policies. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams insists he's going to be working with the president on a number of issues, including rounding up criminal migrants.
Adams said he's in step with the Trump administration when it comes to migrants and crime.
Those who commit violent crimes in our city have violated their right to be in our city and in our country.
The mayor was asked whether he thinks migrants who are following the law should stay in shelters because of fears of being deported.
No one came to America to live in a shelter. No one came to America to raise their child in a shelter. They came to America to pursue the American dream.
Scott Pringle, New York.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, here's what I was able to find during the break there. So nobody really knows. Financial Times says while Donald Trump's inauguration made headlines, it was a brief exchange between Trump's youngest son, Barron, and the former president, Joe, that captivated social media. Standing at a towering 6'7", 18-year-old Barron Trump attended the ceremony alongside his mother, Melania, and his older siblings. However, his height wasn't the only thing causing a stir. During a handshake with Biden, Barron leaned in to respond to the former president's pleasantries, and whatever he said left Biden visibly puzzled. I don't think that's very difficult to do, though. We've seen him looking puzzled for about 4 years, haven't we? But I digress. Suddenly, wild theories began erupting online, many claiming Barron muttered some sort of, "you're done," to the 82-year-old, but forensic lip reader Jeremy Freeman offered a different take. Freeman suggested Biden greeted Barron with "It's good to see you, man." To which the teenager reportedly responded with a cryptic, "Exactly." That unusual reply might explain Biden's perplexed expression. The social media users, of course, weighing in, one commenter joking, responding exactly to a greeting is the ultimate alpha move. Another says, "Barron's already a legend." I don't know. What do you say? Meanwhile, the inauguration continued with the characteristic Trump flair. And we all know the rest of the story, but yeah, I don't know. What do you say? What'd you say there, Barron? You left Joe perplexed. What's happening, Pop? Good morning.
Not much. How are you doing, Steve? Staying warm?
Trying.
I heard that. Hey, I don't know if you heard the latest, but up there around Mercer County, up around the Salina area and Dark County, down around the Greenville area, up there in Mercer County, they had to put down 1.4 million birds, and then in Dark County, they had to put, that's chickens, and over there in Dark County, they had to put down 44,000 turkeys.
Wow.
I don't know if you'd heard that or not.
I hadn't. I mean, I shared last evening that they found an outbreak at a commercial facility there in Georgia, and that's not good. Georgia's the number one chicken producer in the country.
Yeah, I heard you the other night saying that.
Yeah.
I got some real bad news there last Wednesday, Steve. My Kenworth that I've had since I've been with this company went in to get a new injector put in it, and they're going to scrap the truck because they found a bunch of other stuff wrong with the motor. I put 1,100.6 miles on it or something like that. 160,000 miles, that's what it was.
Yeah.
So, so they're going to scrap that truck out. So I don't have that no more. They put me in one of these dang trucks anybody can drive. It's automatic, tells you slow down, increase following distance. It can't even shift no more. Just push the pedal and it goes.
Yep.
Hey, did you see that article about it being so cold that it's been cracking those tracks up there in Chicago? The one that it's those metro trains or whatever.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, that's what that was. And I got a little piece of useless information for you. Do you know where that phrase came, cold enough to freeze the balls off a brass monkey?
That I have no idea. I knew the one about a well digger's you-know-what, but no, where'd that come from?
Well, years ago, like on the ships, like pirate ships and our old Navy ships and stuff, they used to have this brass plate on the floor, and they would put the cannonballs on that brass plate, which had holes in it, like the balls would sit there, and then they could stack them up, like a pyramid. Well, when it got so cold, that brass plate contracted, and they called that the monkey.
Okay.
And now you know the rest of the story.
How about that? You learn something every day.
Yeah. So, hey, we're out here listening and stuff. I'm sorry about Double R, and congratulations to Pappy. I mean, happened to quit his job and all. But, hey, we'll be listening, and stay warm. Bye-bye.
All right. Thanks for checking in there, pup. Yeah, I know that I was familiar, like in the summertime when you've got the extreme heat. Yeah, just like everything. You expand in the hot, you contract in the cold. In those really, really hot summertime, you can have those train rail lines warping, which would cause potential derailments. Wasn't aware that, so it gets cold enough for the rail lines to actually pop, crack. All right, 20 before the hour. We had followed throughout 2024, month after month, cargo theft. With the year concluded, reported cargo theft activity reached unprecedented levels. According to one industry insider, Tuesday of this week, New Jersey-based logistics security firm CargoNet released their data for the 2024 supply chain risk trends analysis. According to the company, this past year saw record-breaking levels of cargo theft across the U.S. and Canada, with 3,625 cases reported. That is a 27% increase in theft activity compared to 23. A year marked by record-setting levels of cargo theft. In fact, CargoNet said each quarter of the past year surpassed the previous records that were set in 2023. The total number of theft incidents were not the only thing to increase. The estimated average value per theft also rose to $202,000 and some change last year, up from $187,000 the previous year. They estimated a total loss of nearly $455 million in cargo theft in 2024. They also noted a strategic pivot by criminal enterprises when it came to targeted commodities last year. Crews moving away from the targeted theft of engine oils, fluids, solar energy products, and energy drinks that drove the numbers in 23. New targets included raw and finished copper products, consumer electronics, particularly audio equipment and high-end servers, and cryptocurrency mining hardware. That also revealed increased targeting of specific consumable goods, products like avocado and nuts, along with personal care products ranging from cosmetics to vitamins and supplements, especially protein powder. As for where cargo theft was the most prevalent, the usual suspects, California, Texas, Illinois, made up the top three, accounting for roughly 46% of all reported thefts on the year. Data suggest an evolving, increasingly sophisticated threat landscape in cargo theft, with criminal enterprises demonstrating tactical adaptability in both their methods and target selection. Looking to the year ahead, CargoNet anticipates a continuation of those trends, with organized criminal enterprises expected to maintain their aggressive targeting of supply chain vulnerabilities. 17 before the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Yes, sir. Knucklebuster.
Thanks for having me back there, Mr. Steve Summer. Well, Captain Buchanan always said that it was colder than a witch's tit in a brass bra, but we were standing out there in T-shirt and shorts there in 32 degree weather there, right? Mm-hmm. So I had to agree with him there. But I was young then. I could stand it. So I'm old now, so I like staying warm there. I'm going to get a shout-out and a Semper Fi to Truck and Field this morning there. He'll be coming on here in a little while. Steve, I read where Massachusetts must pay the federal government back $2.1 billion after mistakenly using pandemic funds to cover unemployment benefits. Yep. You reckon they're going to pay it all back at one time?
Yeah, right. Well, they probably didn't spend it all, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Down here in Texas, they found a bunch of armed felon smugglers tied to foreign prison gangs, cartels, and they done got them all arrested down here in Texas. That's Governor Greg Abbott was helping on that, too. So, Jerry Seinfeld, he turned down $25 million for his 1969 Ford, Steve. I mean, That's a chunk of change. He probably could get more than that for it, right?
I don't know. I guess if you're going to turn that kind of money down, I guess you don't need money that bad.
Probably not.
Yeah.
If he's got that much money, he needs to just loan me and you some, right?
Right.
Yeah. Well, I sent you that article on that belt sander racing, and here's why I said that Horse Feathers needed to check it out there. They raise money for charitable organizations there by having these belt sander races. It's up there in Reading, Pennsylvania. You got a 2-man team. One person rides it, and the other one holds the extension cord there. Well, I don't know if they let you do a cordless one or not, Steve, but you'd have to spend $200 for a DeWalt cordless and then $300 for a 15-amp hour battery there. So, I don't know. They raised over $16,000 back in 2023 for a Pennsylvania-based charity called Mary's Shelter, and they were hoping to beat that number in 2024, but they didn't say exactly, what they come up with. But they started this thing in 1992, and they had over 750 people show up in 2024. That's according to Patty Maravich, the owner of Birdie's Inn there in Reading, Pennsylvania. I don't even remember where Reading, Pennsylvania is there, but anyway, Horse Feather should contact him about donating to his fire truck Mother's Day. I guess he drive his fire truck or his gas truck.
He's been the fire truck.
Oh, and the fire truck. Well, that's good. Yeah, we wouldn't want anybody getting blown up in no parade anyway there. So,
right.
And here's another way you can tell that a woman is a woman, Steve. Anytime I get Tennessee getting out of the shower, drying off, I'm going, good, googa mooga, baby. And that's all my bull on it for right now. We'll talk at you later, Mr. Steve Summers.
All right, thank you much. So I'm looking at word from the state of Florida. The snow winding down, but it simply says a perfect scenario of Gulf moisture combined with below freezing temperatures allowed Northwest Florida and the Gulf Coast to experience a once-in-a-lifetime historic snow event Tuesday. Snow began falling at 10 a.m. Tuesday morning, remained steady for several hours. Snow was looking to finally come to an end at 10 p.m. Tuesday night. So from west to east, the snow had been winding down. It was done in Pensacola before we ever started the program. Some of the snowfall unofficial totals. Pensacola, Florida, 7.6. Mobile, Alabama, 8 inches. Milton, Florida, 8.8. Gulf Breeze, Florida, 8.25. Pace, Florida, at 8 inches. Daphne, Alabama, 9 inches. Orange Beach, Alabama, 6.5. Cantonment, Florida, 6 inches. Almirante, Florida, 5. And Destin, Florida, get Destin, even 2 3/4 inches of snow. This is the most snowfall ever recorded in the state of Florida, as well as southwest Alabama. This was truly a once-in-a-lifetime event. Nonetheless, the winter storm warning remains in effect until 6 a.m. Wednesday morning, excluding areas west of I-65 at this point. So the snow has been winding down, but some of those numbers are indeed records. And when's the last time we saw a good old-fashioned snowball fight taking place on Bourbon Street there in New Orleans? Well, we did this past day.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, Eagle brought up the scenario last night on the program. Said he's kind of hearing some rumors and rumblings. What's going on with Barack and Michelle Obama? And we touched on that, and I guess Glenn Beck and The Blaze and others are talking about this past day. I said rumors are circulating about the state of Barack and Michelle's marriage. Many speculating a divorce is on the horizon for America's 44th president. Sarah Gonzalez points out that, as we know, Michelle skipped Jimmy Carter's funeral and gave the excuse that she was taking an extended vacation in Hawaii, which she says is kind of strange. Well, at Donald Trump's inauguration Monday, Barack Obama seated exactly where you'd expect him to be, in the row behind Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. But unlike other former presidents who had their wives seated next to them, Barack was solo once again. What's going on with Michelle? Now, I said before today, aka speculation that all is not well in paradise between the Obamas, really peaked last Friday when Barack waited a suspiciously long time to make a post wishing Michelle a happy birthday. In fact, he only posted the birthday message after several articles were published speculating that something between the couple was amiss. All right, so those stories are published, and he finally comes out and just, happy birthday to the love of my life, Michelle Obama, who enters the room with warmth, wisdom, humor, and grace. I'm lucky to be able to take on life's adventures with you. I love you. Now, Sarah says, I think it's weird. If a divorce did happen, maybe we could find out the truth about Big Mike. Big Mike. Adding fuel to the divorce rumors is another rumor that Jennifer Aniston was having an affair. I don't know where that came from, but that's the rumor. Blaze TV contributor Eric July thinks there's no way a divorce is in the cards, even if the marriage itself has died. He said, I don't think that the real head honchos, especially of the Democrat Party will allow that to happen. What's the point? I mean, they could live their separate lives anyway. If, however, the divorce rumors prove true, Sarah says it may increase our chances of knowing the truth about certain scandals surrounding the Obamas. Yeah, she called him Big Mike. Okay, I know if those rumors have been around forever and a day. It is 844-844-3388. Scrapyard checks in from Arkansas. Hump Day, good morning.
Good morning. What's happening, Captain? How you doing?
Trying to stay warm. How about you?
Yeah, shut the damn freezer door. You're about to drive us out down here.
Yeah, right.
I'm definitely going to, when I get the truck stop, get a good hot shower after buttering my brass monkeys like I got pressed on. But, we had a big equipment theft ring got busted down here in Perry County, Arkansas. It was posted on Facebook on one of the local TV station pages. And, which it was, but watched it earlier in the evening before I started my shift. It says like $1.6 million, everything besides all the way up to diesel trucks and trailers. They were stripping them down and sending parts and smaller equipment down to Texas, getting it across the Mexican border. Over in Perry County, Arkansas, they found at least $1.6 million worth of stolen goodies.
Wow.
And got a handy tip for everybody out there dealing with a cold. It's something I use that's been handed down in my family for generations. And don't laugh because it works. And it's lard, of all things.
Lard?
Rub it on lard. Yes, rub it on lotion on exposed skin. It's actually not good for you because it's got that whatever the hell it is, and then a chemical that actually increases your risk of frostbite. But you just take a small container of lard and then get out a dollop of it about the size of a dime and rub it together between your hands and rub it into your hands real good. Then do your face.
And that'll keep you from getting frostbite? All right.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is freezing all government hiring and ordering federal workers to return to the office full-time.
The hiring freeze was included in a raft of executive orders that Trump signed on day one, barring all agencies from filling vacancies and ordering them to make more efficient use of what they have. The freeze doesn't apply to the military, immigration enforcement, national security, or public safety. In another memo, Trump said that agencies need to end remote work policies as soon as possible. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
President Trump is replacing the acting U.S. attorneys in Manhattan and Brooklyn over concerns they may be supportive of the Biden-era policies.
Trump has named Assistant Manhattan U.S. Attorney Danielle Sassoon, who helped land FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried in prison, to temporarily head the Southern District of New York. Former Deputy U.S. Attorney Edward Kim has been on the job there since Damian Williams resigned. John Durham, who's been involved in federal gang cases, will lead Brooklyn's Eastern District of New York on an interim basis, booting First Assistant Carolyn Picorni, who took over after Breon Peace stepped down. Trump's permanent picks are former SEC Chair Jay Clayton and Nassau County Judge Joseph Nocella. Kristen Marks.
As Trump issued pardons yesterday, so did Biden issue some 11th-hour pardons. People are now weighing in on those.
President Trump pardoned roughly 1,500 people in connection to the January 6th riots.
It's outrageous. It's crazy. I just feel that if you were part of that and you broke laws, you got to pay for it. I mean, like, God forbid I did something like that. There would be no pardon for me.
I think that most of the people were there for peaceful purposes, and not all of them, should be punished.
Meantime, former President Biden preemptively pardoned his siblings and their spouses, along with Dr. Anthony Fauci and January 6th committee members.
I know the optics of it aren't terrific, but given what Donald Trump was pledging to do, it's understandable.
I'm Natalie Migliori.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
You know, the new year is a great time to reconsider how we do things, like how to make things better in 2025. Like when it comes to the whole struggle of how to pay for your health care, people generally are not happy with the status quo. But there's good news. There's a much better option, and it's proven, too. MediShare is refreshing. You can save thousands of dollars a year. Many save up to $500 a month. And you get to choose from a huge network of doctors and providers. And maybe the best part, and we know this from research on why people join MediShare, they love this. Instead of sending your money every month to a huge corporation that might fund all sorts of procedures or things you don't believe in, you're joining a faith-based network of people who actually care about each other. And like I said, that's refreshing. There is a better option. You don't have to do it the way you've always done it. You can make a change and start saving now. Here's the number. They're easy to talk to. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the fighting in Ukraine has to stop, but he told the Today Show that wars don't stop because of public pronouncements.
To end with hard, vibrant diplomacy that the U.S. seeks to engage in the hopes of bringing an end to this conflict that's sustainable in a way that assures the security of Ukraine and our partners in the region, but that stops the killing and the dying and the destruction that we've been seeing for quite a while now.
Rubio says for all of it to work and not lead to another war in a few years, all sides have to give something. The FDA has approved a Johnson & Johnson nasal spray to treat depression.
The spray, called Spravato, is the first ever standalone therapy for treating major depressive disorder that fails to improve with standard drug regimens. Spravato, which has been used since 2019, along with an oral medication, can now be used by itself. Health experts say about a third of the 21 million U.S. adults who suffer from treatment-resistant major depression aren't getting relief from symptoms, which can include persistent sadness, insomnia, lack of energy, and suicidal ideations. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
President Trump is ordering all federal employees in diversity, equity, and inclusion roles to be placed on leave immediately. The news came after Trump signed an executive order ending federal DEI programs, with offices being ordered shut down. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt called the move a win for Americans, calling DEI programs a scourge on society. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
All right, back at it. Final hour, getting things underway on a Wednesday, 22nd of January. Hump Day. Right on cue, rather. There's Truck and Phil. Good morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Right on, Knucklebuster. Keep on keeping it on. Started out at -5 this morning. Looks like a high of 17 for Fort Wayne. About the same, -4 in Newaygo, going up to 17. Oh yeah, the frozen tundra today. Then we start warming up back to normal for this time of year, supposedly. Yeah, days like this, I'm glad I'm not running in Florida, Texas, Louisiana. Like the old days, when the Truck and Bozo, Dave Nemo, and Bill Mack, Big John Trimble were still on the air. We are ready to depart Fort Wayne for Newaygo, Michigan, flipping back to Fort Wayne. Roll on and Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. All right, we left off there with Scrapyard. So I'm rubbing lard on my hands, and you say rub it on my face? That's kind of gross to me. Okay.
No, actually, it's not, because it's all natural. See, Vaseline, because it's petroleum jelly, comes up out of the ground, out of these oil deposits.
Sure.
It's been changed, made from a natural product to a synthetic product, basically. But that your skin will actually drink it up within just a matter of minutes, and it's not greasy. But I used to work in several freezer facilities at -30, and it's something we always did, working out in the fields when I was a kid or going hunting, cutting firewood, things of that nature. You rub it on there, you're not going to have to worry about any kind of frostbite or anything, but it actually, your skin will drink it up in a matter of minutes, and you do your feet as well. Your feet are not going to get cold. I was sitting in a deer stand in these temperatures just the other day at 18 degrees, and I didn't get cold. And it's actually better for you than using petroleum jelly.
Yeah,
and these other lotions that are out on the market, loaded with dangerous chemicals and all that actually don't protect you against frostbite.
All I know is my best recommendation to not get frostbite is stay the hell inside. Stay inside. Yeah, but for people that have to work outdoors, what's your choice? What's your options, right? Got to do what you got to do. All right, we're back on board for our final hour. All right, Eagle, I know you wanted to talk a bit about the political realm this morning as well. Welcome back.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, Steve, one quick note about the weather one more time before I get on to the Trump situation. With Florida, like I said, you said that it's a once-in-a-lifetime deal, and down in Florida. Yeah, this is never heard of, in Pensacola, which is a beach town. where you got snow going down like that. I've been looking at some of the videos while I was on hold. It's amazing the amount of snow that they got in that area. And from what I'm understanding, the road is still shut down, and I'm pretty sure they don't have no snow equipment in Pensacola to remove it. So they probably gonna have to rely on other sources to get the snow off the ground or whatever they're gonna do. But yeah, it's a bad situation. So, and I bet you know a lot of those people, they call them snowbirds, Steve. The people that come down from Michigan and Ohio, where you at, down to Florida for the winter. I guess they kind of upset. They thought they was getting away from the cold and came down and followed them down to Florida. So they got screwed both ways. They thought they was gonna be at the beach. Thought they were gonna be at the beach relaxing, and then a snowstorm show up. So I know those people. They got to be in shock. The people that from Canada and other places that went to Florida to see what they saw. So that's a bad deal. But yeah, Steve, I wanted to get into Donald Trump situation. One thing, a couple of things that he's already done, and I agree with. One of the first things he did was release these people from the January 6th. He gave them pardons, which he should have done. I'm happy to see, there's a lot of innocent people that was in jails for no reason whatsoever. And Joe Biden, he should have be ashamed of himself for doing what he did. He should have gave those people a damn pardon before he left the White House. Trump shouldn't have had to do that. But that just shows you what Biden's all about. Now, and the other pardon that I like is the one that has to do with the people that what was that guy's name? The one that he released I forgot what the guy's name, but he helped get the people released from what was it, Iran or Israel or something. He did something to help those people get out. I can't remember what that was, but I was happy to see that. And the other thing that he did was to get Greg Abbott. He's already making moves, Steve, down in Texas. From what I heard on the radio today, he redeployed these buoys that Biden administration had tried to get him to take out. Greg Abbott is trying to secure Texas without the deterrent of Biden anymore, so he can do it. He can do his thing now with Donald Trump, endorsement of what's going on to try to stop this wave of crime that's going on. And people making comments about this guy, Steve, this New York mayor. I don't like the guy, because he's a Democrat to begin with, but the guy, he realizes that what New York had done and turned it into a sanctuary city was not going to work. So now people are saying that he's a turncoat, he's a rhino for the Republicans. Well, he's doing the right thing, Steve. He finally realizes that doing things the Democratic way is not going to work. You can't turn your city into a crime-ridden place. You got immigrants all over the place in New York. You see what happened on the train tracks. Subway a couple of weeks ago got set a woman on fire. You got all kind of stuff going down with these people. Even that guy, even the mayor of New York is smart enough to realize that New York has to go a different direction and that they got to get things under control. So yeah, naturally he wants to work with Donald Trump. Anybody with a brain in their head that's smart will realize that you need to work with Donald Trump, because Donald Trump wants to do it the right way, not the wrong way, unlike the previous administration. Oh yeah, but that's the one thing I want to talk about. I forgot about that, Steve. The biggest, utmost respect that I have for Donald Trump comes from what he did for the military. For all those people that were forced to get out of the military because they refused to get the COVID vaccine, Donald Trump is reinstating all these people, plus giving them full back pay for all the time that they missed over the last couple of years, because Biden told those people that they had to get the COVID or they had to get out of the military, or they chose to get out of the military. Donald Trump is giving those people all their back pay, plus reinstating them back into the military, which is exactly what he's supposed to do, because those people were treated unfairly by the Biden administration by trying to force them to have a vaccine. So Donald Trump, is making a lot of good moves right now. You know, he's trying to make contracts. You know, he's trying to meet up with Russia, Vladimir Putin, to try to end this nonsense war. And like I said, no more money should go into Ukraine. So I told you this before Biden left, Steve. Donald Trump, I'm pretty sure Ukraine, the money pit is dried up, my friend. Lozinski, you won't be receiving no more money from the U.S., so I don't know. You figure out another way to pay for your war the way I see it. So hopefully Donald Trump will end that, Steve, and start putting this money that they can use to help American people over with these fires in Florida and these people in North Carolina that lost their houses to the hurricane. That's who that money needs to be going to. It's time for the U.S. to be number one. Steve, you have to put your country before you put another country. I'm getting tired of hearing about other countries this, other countries that. They got problems. Well, guess what? We got problems in America, too. And then our first priority should be the American citizens, and that's exactly what Donald Trump is going to do. And like I said, Steve, it feels like, I forgot to tell you this when I called on the first call, it feels like a black cloud has been lifted off of my head. You know, after this is the first real day that Donald Trump has been the president of America, and it actually feels like it's a new day that you actually see blue skies instead of a dark cloud over America. Now that Biden is out of the White House, now it actually feels like the sun is shining again, and we can actually be a great country again. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. Among all those executive orders, which more than 2 dozen, I don't know, but it was a lengthier than that on Monday, even from the likes of the trucking industry headlines. OOIDA said among those orders, one dealing with specifically energy, including electric vehicle policies and the charging infrastructure funding. That was the electric vehicle mandate. Although the executive order entitled Unleashing American Energy does revoke specific executive orders that were signed by Biden, it also paints with a pretty broad brush, leaving virtually any climate or energy-related regulation on the chopping block. And there are questions about how far Trump can go in reversing certain actions, kind of opening the floodgates to agency rulemakings and legal challenges. But he has laid out a policy to eliminate the electric vehicle mandate, which is likely to apply to the stricter truck emission standards that were established last year. In the executive order, Trump establishes a new U.S. policy to eliminate an electric vehicle mandate and promote true consumer choice, which is essential for economic growth, innovation, and removing regulatory barriers to motor vehicle access. The order also calls for terminating state emissions waivers that function to limit sales of gas-powered automobiles. What that entails is yet to be seen. He says he's had his sights set on more stringent emission standards on passenger vehicles that were finalized last year. Now, the rule doesn't require manufacturers to sell electric vehicles by a certain date. Rather, the higher standards would effectively compel the manufacturers to have battery electric vehicles make up between 30 and 56% of their new light-duty cars from model years 2030 to 32 in order to stay compliant. On the heavy-duty side, Trump very well may target the stricter emission standards on trucks that were finalized last March. Now, that was right there the week before, I think, the Mid-America Truck Show. That was the rule that requires 25% of model year 2032 sleeper cab tractors to be zero-emission trucks. Although the rule does not specifically require battery electric, no other technologies are being manufactured at scale for large trucks. Otherwise, it's kind of a de facto order, if you'd have it that way. We'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Yeah, the process underway, turning things upside down in D.C. Yesterday, Trump takes the first steps in reshaping the Department of Justice by reassigning several top career officials in the national security and criminal divisions. Now, it says at least 15 experienced career staffers across several divisions were removed from their positions and reassigned. According to the Washington Post this past day, among those removed from the National Security Division was the Deputy Assistant Attorney General George Tukas, who served in the division for about 2 decades. Two people familiar with the matter said he was transferred to a newly created Office of Sanctuary Cities Enforcement in the Associate Attorney General's office. Apparently, he played a key role in that decision to raid Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida to retrieve presidential documents. Some were deemed classified, and that all became part of Jack Smith's investigation. He was a deputy in the National Security Division during Trump's first administration. He has seen everything in both counterterrorism and counter-surveillance, according to a former colleague in the National Security Division. There's no one in the department who knows as much about prosecuting and investigating terrorists and spies as George does, according to the former colleague. Yoon Young Choi, another Deputy Assistant Attorney General in the National Security Division, and Bruce Swartz, a longtime deputy in the Criminal Division that focuses on international affairs, removed from their post and reassigned. They were apparently notified of the change by email Monday afternoon. Mary McCord, a former Department of Justice official who runs the Institute for Constitutional Advocacy and Protection at Georgetown University, told the Post the removals and reassignments were unusual because they were ordered just as Trump took office. Many officials at the DOJ and other agencies typically leave government at the start of a new administration, but not this early. Top deputy position in the DOJ's National Security Division are typically career positions. I don't believe there were ever any career people fired at transition, since the National Security Division was founded, she says. I mean, one of the values of having career deputies in the National Security Division is consistency, institutional memory, and the relationships they build with our national security partners. Hours after Trump's inauguration Monday night, the Department of Justice removed at least 4 top officials from its division that operates the nation's heavily backlogged immigration courts. Federal guidelines call for a 120-day moratorium on certain staff reassignments after Senate-confirmed agency leaders start their appointments. But the Department of Justice Attorney General nominee Pam Bondi and others named by Trump for top positions are still going through the confirmation process. Shake up, pack your bags, or you're moving down the hall. Some being told to get out. Let's see what Sundance has on his mind in regards to executive orders.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Sommers. The gentleman that called earlier saying he wished Trump would not accept this deal with the hostages in Israel. Now, everybody was praising Trump last week because he went in and got this deal done. Am I missing something?
Well, no, yeah, he was. I think he's a tad bit confused about it, but yes, this was the exact same deal that they had on their plate nearly a year ago, and it was only accepted now because Trump was coming into office. This was what Biden had worked.
I hear that
the deal was what Biden had worked out.
Oh, no. See, y'all come in last week and y'all were so high on Trump got this done. It was Trump's guy that went with Biden's people over to Israel to make sure this deal got done.
That was a true fact.
Am I not correct?
That was a true fact. That is correct.
Okay.
But it was the same deal.
Okay.
It was the same deal.
How do we know? Just somebody told us that and we believe it? Okay, that's fine. All right, so I'm going to keep track, all right? All right, so this is what I called about. If you have a veteran in your family, be on the lookout. It got done yesterday, I believe, or it's coming, that if you're a veteran and you retired and you get a retirement from the military and you also get disability from the military, Trump's putting it in that you can only get one of them. You can't get both of them anymore. So if you're getting $2,000 disability and $3,000 for retirement, you're going to have to pick one. So you're going to go from $5,000 to $3,000. So I just want y'all to be on the lookout, and I want y'all to make sure that y'all are praising all his, clapping his, all his executive orders and all his deals he's getting done. Just be on the lookout, and you can look it up and you can see if you can find it.
Oh yeah, I will definitely. I'll definitely do some searching on it, and yeah, if I get the details, we'll pass it along. Sundance, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. Just get ready for the big changes. It's gonna be great, and I can tell you're so excited about it. All right, news break. It's 844-844-3388. Yeah, back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is dismantling diversity, equity, and inclusion policies across the federal government.
In an executive order signed Monday, Trump rolled back the measures. Trump didn't target DEI efforts in the private sector yet, but promised more actions are coming soon. Some companies like Meta, McDonald's, and Walmart have already pulled back on similar policies. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams insists he's going to be working with the president on a number of issues, including rounding up criminal migrants.
Adams said he's in step with the Trump administration when it comes to migrants and crime.
Those who commit violent crimes in our city have violated their right to be in our city and in our country.
The mayor was asked whether he thinks migrants who are following the law should stay in shelters because of fears of being deported.
No one came to America to live in a shelter. No one came to America to raise their child in a shelter. They came to America to pursue the American dream.
Scott Pringle, New York.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, unless something new and additional is coming down the pike. Just a quick search, I was able to find this from militarymoney.com. First, a couple of numbers. 47, that's roughly the average age of officers when they retire from the armed forces. 43, that's the approximate average age of enlisted service members when they retire from the military. The mid-40s, in other words, members of the military are eligible to retire with a full retirement plan after 20 years of active duty. If they join the service like out of high school or college, they reach their 20-year anniversary while they're in their prime, with a lot of living and working and earning yet to do. It's fair to say that most people who retire from the military before conventional retirement age don't really retire, at least not immediately. New challenges await that provide new ways to apply the skills they developed in the service. Starting over after a career in the armed forces can mean there's still plenty of time to forge a new and lucrative second career as a civilian. Regardless of when it starts, that new career, if it's in the private sector and all goes according to plan, can include opportunities to add to the savings already in place as part of the military's retirement benefits when the time to stop working for good, aka second retirement, eventually comes along. These veterans are able to collect benefits both from the military pension and from the retirement plan available through their private employer. Sweet, simple deal, right? But what if the second career isn't in the private sector? What if life after the military includes a job in the federal government, one that normally leads to a civil service pension? The number of veterans with federal jobs is enormous. In the most recent data available, roughly 31% of the estimated 2.1 million people in the federal workforce are veterans. In that kind of second retirement, it is possible to draw a military retirement check and a civil service retirement payment at the same time, which is known as double dipping. Well, that's when things get complicated. This is government. It isn't as easy and simple as claiming a military retirement check and a retirement payment from a post-military career federal job that cover the same amount of time working. The government doesn't want to pay somebody twice for the same years of service. So there are federal laws standing in the way of that kind of clear-cut double dipping for a second retirement. Still, those federal laws allow ways for retired and separated service members to plan effectively for a second retirement after the military if they move into a federal job without violating the double dipping policy. In most cases, those options come with a cost. The rules that regulate a military retiree taking a second retirement from a civil service job include something known as the military buyback rule, also called making a military service deposit. This option allows a veteran to pay a certain amount of money into a civilian service annuity in exchange for adding time served in the armed forces to his or her federal service. It can make it possible to get a second retirement earlier and increase their FERS, the Federal Employee Retirement System benefits, more later on that. Double dipping, as we noted, the government won't cut checks for both military and civil service retirement plans that cover the same amount of time. That leaves a military retiree with a choice. He or she can either forfeit the military retirement pay and buy into the federal retirement plan, or keep the military retirement but be unable to count time served in the military as part of the civilian service retirement accrual. That second opinion or second option might make more sense if a military retiree is finishing up a long tenure in civil service that includes a number of years of building toward a second retirement. And lastly, there's known as the FERS deposit. Those circumstances in which a military retiree chooses to waive military retirement pay in favor of adding his or her service time to civilian time will increase the FERS benefit, but the price is a deposit equal to a percentage of the retiree's basic military pay plus accrued interest. It's worth noting the deposit doesn't apply to any retired military member employed in a civilian job before October 1 of 1982 and now eligible for Social Security benefits at the age of 62. As with many government regulations, there are exceptions to the no double dipping policy. For example, if a retired military or member of the military is receiving pay to a service-connected disability that occurred in combat, now he or she can receive credit for time in the armed forces in the FERS retirement package. Sounds kind of complicated. There's already double dipping stuff in there, so what additional changes may be coming? I haven't heard anything along that line just yet, but could be. And you've got this Office of Doge, Government Accountability, looking to cut billions and billions, if not trillions of dollars in government spending. So we'll wait, watch, see, and pass it on when we get the official word. Welcome back, Pup. What you got?
Hey, Steve, I forgot to ask you. Here a while back how you said that Jack Cooper lost the contract for Ford?
Yes.
Maybe Truck and Phil could put in on this, but there's a rumor up there in Fort Wayne that Jack Cooper's going to shut their doors up there, and they haul the brand new GMC trucks and stuff.
Right.
I didn't know if you'd heard anything on that.
No, I mean, the only thing I've seen was the loss of the Ford contract. I saw where that's closing some locations, but now I have to look into GM.
But this here, they're just strictly haul the GM trucks up there, and Truck and Phil would probably know for sure, but if you could maybe check that out. I don't know if that's just a rumor or there's something to that.
Okay.
We'll keep sitting back listening. So thanks a lot.
Okay, I guess if you heard that on the news, very recently, because let's see, posted 20 hours ago in a worker adjustment and retraining notification, the Warren Notice Act, filed with the state. Jack Cooper's head of human resources said the company is permanently terminating its operations in Wayne. And not Fort Wayne, but Wayne. I don't know. Where is that? Fort Wayne? I guess that's it. 89 employees associated with the facility expected to be let go on February 2nd. So that is the headline. Detroit Free Press just yesterday. Car hauler set to close Wayne plant after Ford cancels Jack Cooper contract. But he's saying they hauled GM. There must be more to learn. Well, welcome back, Knucklebuster.
Thanks for taking my call, Mr. Steve Sommers. I know he could get on there and screw something up. First off, they can't take your retirement unless you're doing the double dip thing. If you've got a disability, they're not going to cut your disability pay either. So,
well, Knucklebuster, we all kind of, we oftentimes wonder, where he gets his information, and undoubtedly, we know it's listening and watching the anti-Trump network and anti-Trump radio pretty much endlessly.
Oh, yeah, I've got an uncle that spent 30 years in the Marine Corps. He got his retirement pay. He's got a disability. He went to work for FedEx after that and retired from FedEx. He's pretty well set up as far as the retirement and disability pay. So, I mean, they're not going to. I just sent you an article on he signed an executive order to empower veterans and to end veteran suicide. Mm-hmm. That's what they're hoping for. So, anyway, I just don't see that happening. I think somebody's fed him a bunch of baloney, and he just actually believes it there, Steve. So, hey, man, we've had a great show today. It's almost quitting time. So let's slide this thing on into the yard and ease it on out of here for today, Steve. Have a great, blessed day, brother.
Thank you, Knucklebuster. And as I so often say, I can't, if I'm not aware, which I'm not, I hadn't heard anything about that when he brought it up. We try to get the truth of the matter. We'll pass it on when we get more. One of our listening friends, in regards to that, says, in regards to their father, that's exactly what my dad did, retiring 20 years with the Navy, then got a job with the government, worked 15 years with the government, waived his Navy retirement, and ended up retiring with 35 years of government service, if that makes sense. And that was 40 years ago. So waiving the naval retirement, I get it. On to the Jack Cooper, let's see. I think this was the Detroit Free Press yesterday. Car hauling company Jack Cooper will close its operation in Wayne weeks after Ford terminated that long-standing contract without offering reason. In the WARN Act, Cooper's head of human resources said the company is permanently terminating its operations in Wayne, 89 employees, February 2nd. 75 of those are union jobs. Now, the Jack Cooper also has a facility in Dearborn with 8 employees, 5 of whom are union represented. There is no WARN filing on that facility yet. But earlier in the month, the company told the Detroit Free Press it's likely to see job losses as well. No one from the company responding to request for comment in regards to the closure of the Wayne facility. The Detroit Free Press reported January 8th when Ford ended the decades-long contract, angering the Teamsters Union, which indicated they're going to fight for the 1,400 union jobs at the hauling company. Given that Ford was Cooper's second largest client behind General Motors, losing the contract created what its CEO told the Detroit Free Press is an existential crisis for the company, endangering its future as a whole. All right, so GM's spokesman, Kevin Kelly, confirmed Monday that GM is still using Jack Cooper to haul its vehicles outside of Michigan. The affected facilities include Avon Lake, Ohio, Liberty, Missouri, Cottage Grove, Minnesota, Louisville, Kentucky. We had the WARN notice filed in Missouri earlier in the month that shows the company is permanently closing its facility in Liberty. That's 406 jobs. In Ohio, local publications reported the company is closing a facility near Avon Lake. That would be 53 jobs affected there. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
I mentioned earlier that this past Tuesday was the final day to make comments on the broker transparency rule. And OOIDA took advantage of that. I don't know why they wait to the last minute, but right there before the deadline. It is time for broker transparency. That was the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association message to the FMC-CSA about their proposal to strengthen existing regulations regarding the disclosure of transaction records between the carriers, shippers, and brokers. They filed formal comments on the morning of Tuesday, January 21, the final day for submissions. The comments were accepted online until 11:59 p.m. this past evening. Of course, OOIDA has long pushed for greater transparency in transactions with brokers and supports the FMCSA's initiative to bring overdue improvements to those regulations. The association wrote in comments signed by President Todd Spencer, OOIDA supports the notice of proposed rulemaking's intent along with many of its technical provisions. However, the FMCSA must strengthen the rulemaking further by clarifying how they will enforce the rules and closing all the loopholes that let the brokers waive their transparency rights. Now, we've been through the notice of proposed rulemaking a handful of times. You have 4 specific main provisions included there. OOIDA applauded the FMCSA for the provision regarding electronic records and for emphasizing that brokers have a regulatory obligation, but they said more must be done. First, they want the transaction records to be required automatically rather than you having to make a request. Our 2020 position sought a provision making disclosure of the records automatic. Now, we believe automatic disclosure is necessary to prevent selective retaliation. We disagree with the agency's position that an automatic disclosure provision isn't necessary and could be excessively burdensome on the brokers. Automatic disclosure of records would close the asymmetry of information gap. It would put all carriers on equal footing with brokers who are receiving automatic alerts themselves. They went on to say the FMCSA also must issue strict penalties to brokers who do not comply with those regulations. You must levy and enforce a structured fine system for 371.3 violations that would penalize noncompliance. The agency should suspend or revoke the authority of unscrupulous brokers that exhibit a pattern of noncompliance. Although OOIDA has been calling for transparency for decades, that effort escalated when truckers traveled to Washington, D.C. To protest the issue back in May of 2020. OOIDA then petitioned the FMCSA to issue a rulemaking. Now, they are hopeful with a new Trump administration that they may quickly move forward with a final rule. Meanwhile, on a totally separate issue, they told us some of the roundup efforts will begin almost immediately with the new administration. The border czar, Tom Homan, yesterday, appearing on Fox News America Reports, said deportation operations have indeed begun. Speaking to the co-host John Roberts, he said, so Tom, we're expecting, based on your initial schedule, that today, Tuesday, that was, roundups of criminal illegal aliens and the process of deporting them would begin. That seems to have been put on hold for a little while. When can we expect that to happen? Where will it begin? To which Homan responded, no, it has started. If we start, all these teams are out there as of today. We have the direction to prioritize public safety threats that we're looking for. So we've been working on the target list. There were some discussions about Chicago because the Pacific Operational Plan was released, or leaked, I guess you would say. So we got to look and reevaluate. Does that raise some off-safety concerns? And it does. And we've addressed that. And teams are all effective today. Robert says, so critics were saying, okay, you're going to round up people and, their grandmother and ship them back to where they immigrated from. Who are the people you're targeting at this initial phase? Which he said right out of the gate is the public safety threats. Those who are in the country illegally that have been convicted of, arrested for a serious crime. And let me be clear, it's not only public safety threats that will be arrested, because in sanctuary cities, we're not allowed to get that public safety threat while they're in the jail, which means we've got to go out in the neighborhood and find him. And when we find him, he may be with others. And unlike the last administration, we're not going to tell ICE officers not to arrest the illegals. So if they find others, they will be arrested as well. So it's underway. All right. So the concern, we had the border agent that was shot on Monday. They're up in Vermont, pulled over some illegal immigrants. I fear that we're going to see some more of that violence taking place because some of these are the bad guys, the real bad guys out of prison in other countries. Have a great Wednesday, hump day. See you back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight. We'll do it again.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I